All right, then you ready, Sean? I don't know where he went. Okay. Let's call the select board meeting for Monday, December 14, 2020 to order at 7:11 p.m. First order of business, review the agenda for addition, removal, or adjustments of any items. Anything, Val? We have to add?
No change. It's questionable whether we need an executive session.
Okay.
There's nothing specific unless we want to go on a tangent on some personnel, just station or some other logistical matters.
Zoom meeting, everybody's mute. Please mute yourself, and we'll try and keep an eye on anybody who would like to speak to anything that's not currently on the agenda that would take less than 5 minutes. Okay, I don't see anybody, so we'll move on. Public hearing, proposed Bristol Town Plan. This is the second hearing. The town plan is online on the website. I know there's a transmittal memo, and there's also a summary of some small adjustments that we made based on the last hearing. Katie, do you think you need to say anything? We'll just open it up to the floor, or?
I mean, I haven't heard anything. If there's nothing that comes up now, I know that we did want to get some more photos in there, but that's not, I don't think that would be objectionable, but we will certainly look at that. I think we're good. So I send it back to you.
Okay. Does anybody that's on have any questions about the town plan or comments, concerns? Okay, the plan at this point is to vote on this in March, correct, Katie?
That's right.
Okay.
And it will probably be this format.
Go ahead, Joel.
I just have a question for you or Katie, maybe Valerie, anybody can jump in here. How would the average Joe who's not tech savvy, leaves down here at 7 in the morning, goes north and goes to work and gets back at 6 o'clock at night, how would he know he wants to comment on the town plan? Is it on, was this meeting warned, like, besides on the agenda, was it put on public forum, front porch forum and those types of things?
It was.
Okay. I just want to.
And the hearing notice is posted at Shaw's and other places in town. I believe it was also posted at the library, certainly at the town office and on the website.
Okay.
And also, Joel, for the first meeting, I made some boards with maps and notification, actually put them in the bakery and in Kimball's, and they were up for about 2 weeks. And they were like 24 by 36, 2 boards that size. So I think we did the first meeting, we definitely that had more sort of noticeable notice, but we did everything we were required to do. I still felt like, I also felt like it was, I mean, I lost track of it because it was a second meeting. So we didn't do that the second time, but it was everywhere that it was supposed to be.
But we also noticed in that last meeting that we were going to have a second meeting, and this was a date. So, Ian, did you have something you want to say?
Well, adding on to that, Joel, I do think it's a tough thing to do, especially nowadays because of the COVID restrictions. We can't have meetings in Holly Hall that we can invite people and things like that. I feel that we're always sort of struggling to get information out there. We can post it on Facebook and Front Porch Forum, but you're never going to reach everybody, but we try very hard. But it does feel sort of greatly reduced because everything is Zoom. And so even though we announced it in the last select board meeting, you'd have to be at that meeting or read the minutes and become actively engaged. So I don't know, it's something that it's a difficult thing to do. Like, we do all the necessary things, but you still need to sort of seek out that information. It doesn't come right to you. And I think for something like this, where it's the town plan, the only way you could reach people would be to do a mailing or some sort of thing that would go in water bills, something like that. That's like a wider reach that's not online, to be able to get as many eyeballs sort of on the announcement and on the that information. But yeah, that's a difficult thing to do, I think, still.
Yeah, I agree. It is tough to do, and I just want to make sure and it sounds like we are doing as best we can in the times that we're living. And, in so many weeks we're going to be doing town meeting, we're going to have to do a lot more of reaching out, whether we put an ad in the paper or
Right.
whatever, and things in the Addison. So, okay.
My second comment was, given the latest school announcements and the sort of direction that the superintendent is going, is there anything that's under the education and childcare section of the town plan that might need to be adapted? I'm sort of reading through it now. I don't see anything, because it's a lot of it, sort of the goals are talking about supporting what MAUSD is doing, but obviously that might change in the future. I guess, are we only addressing this as we're seeing it now? But we also should look at it in terms of what it might be in 2 or 3 years, or even 5 or 6 years.
I think we definitely talked about that, because it is tricky. I mean, we, as a town, or, have certain, the goals. What are our goals? And
Right.
the goals are really to work with all the communities that are basically educating our kids together.
Right.
So it was difficult, and things were happening along the way. So we wanted to make sure that we acknowledged what was happening, and that we supported what decisions would be made in the future. I don't know, Kevin is on that board. Do you have anything
Right.
else to say about that?
Unmute, Kevin.
Yeah, he knows.
Thank you. It's kind of an interesting situation where you have a entity that has input from 5 different towns, Bristol being one of them. And then for our plan to reflect the vision necessarily is difficult, in the sense that we are one, even though we are a large population, we are just part of the decision-making process. And I think Katie explained it very well, that our education and childcare sections, are supportive of what the district needs to do, and that's, I'm not sure how much the plan necessarily can support a specific proposal that may or may
Right.
not go forward too,
Yeah, no, I was mainly just curious if there were things, but reading through it, it seems like it is in support of what MAUSD does, and so if whatever direction the board decides to go in, the town plan is supporting that. So
Katie, don't by statute we have to review these every 5 years? Is that what it is?
8 years.
8 years, okay. I knew there was a time limit. I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah, it changed recently.
Although that doesn't
Review.
prevent the municipality from updating it sooner.
No,
Occasionally.
that's correct. We can make updates to it at any time. Bristol does have a little longer process than other towns, because we have to have a vote. And so that's something that, if we have a couple things that, we want to change, we basically have to update the whole town plan again.
Peter, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I have a personal concern, not anything to do with my position as a select board member. The very last page of the plan, and this has been a hot button topic, is the extraction map, and the last sentence of that says quarrying will continue to be prohibited in all zones, in all zoning districts until it can be further studied. And I said the same thing the last time we approved the plan, is I'm already quarrying, and I'm up to renew my permit in 2 years. And I know the state is going to look at this. I have a letter from the planning commission saying that they didn't, and the intent wasn't to stop us from what we were already doing. And I just want to make sure that I'm going to continue to be able to do what I'm doing without being in violation of the town plan.
Okay, I remember that conversation, but I forgot about it, obviously. So you're essentially grandfathered into this, or what is the term? I remember I don't remember all the conversation, but I know
I believe that's what the board felt the planning commission felt last time. And I still have that letter. I have it in the file, but I don't know that, being it was 5 years ago, I don't know if it'll be good in 2 years.
Especially with the town plan being updated and amended.
Right.
I mean, Katie, that brings up another question, because there's a place up near where I live and Joel and Peeker know who this is. I don't know the person, but I can tell you, they are putting a lot of stone and gravel out of that pit. That is not technically commercial, supposedly, but I can tell you, based on the pile of rocks that are going down the hill towards the brook, they're doing a lot. So how do you guys control that? And if there's no quarrying allowed, if they say it's for personal use, that doesn't apply?
That's gravel extraction. Quarrying is different.
Okay.
I remember, and this is probably the wrong forum to be stating it, but I remember a discussion about within the context of a gravel pit, and I thought within the body, not the appendix, that we had clarified that.
Are you talking about our conversation?
It was a planning commission
Right.
conversation, yeah. And like I said, I'm fuzzy on it, and it may not be the right place to bring it up.
Right. We did add this appendix. We put this resource extraction into the appendix, and we didn't change it.
No, but
I don't believe.
No, we didn't that section, but we did have verbiage within the plan too, I believe.
Right. So I think it's important because so it is a personal issue with your endeavor, Peeker, and if there were others, that's something that were in place before this language came into the plan. It was in the last plan as well. So I think maybe we just need to revisit that letter. Does that make sense?
It works for me. I mean, I just don't want to, and it worked the last time around. The state didn't have a problem with that letter. And if the planning commission is still of the same mindset that they're okay with that, then I'm fine with it. I just, it's my livelihood.
Right. I understand that. So I think we should probably, I can't decide that for the planning commission. We have a meeting tomorrow night. We could add that onto our agenda. If that, although it would be an amendment, well, we'll have to talk about adding that to our agenda tomorrow night. So we still have to, this still has to be, even if this gets approved, we can make a note about that because it still has to be voted on.
Are you the only one in Bristol that does quarrying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and the difference between quarrying and extraction is that the ledge, it's blasted ledge.
Mhm.
There are provisions in extraction for blasting, but that's to remove oversized material. So there's a big difference. I was told once before that I wasn't quarrying, and I assure you I am.
So, Katie, given that there's no language in there, like if you search it, I search quarrying, it's mentioned 4 times
Right.
in the plan. 3 of those times talks about will continue to be prohibited in all zoning districts. Since
Right.
there's nothing that directly relates to an existing quarrying facility,
Mhm.
that's something where you might suggest putting that language in terms of stuff being grandfathered in, or does that get tricky in terms of specifying that where something could continue in perpetuity if it was grandfathered in? Or is that the essential, or that's what grandfathering means? Like I'm aware of what it means, but is it in perpetuity? Is it forever if you grandfather something?
But I think you still have to meet the certain, requirements,
Okay.
regulations, and everything you need to meet. And you still have to get
Okay.
you have to get Act 250 permit, correct? That's what
Yes.
yeah. So, and
then-
someone may be doing it also, somebody may be quarrying without that, or not, without
Right.
that we don't know about. And then if we put that language in, then they're golden to go on when they shouldn't have
That's
been.
true. Right.
We
So that's
don't
what I was
really
curious
know.
about. Yeah.
And that's something we should get a better handle on. And it seems like that language change is a little bit more substantial than at this point. I don't know how other people feel about that. What do you think, Valerie? To actually,
I think making that change would be a substantive change.
yeah.
And I also think that if the select board is inclined to do that, there's time to do that before town meeting. There's time to have another hearing. And as long as the warning, as long as the article is included on the warning, and as long as the final version is available to voters well in advance of town meeting. So we still have January and February to post an updated document.
Oh, okay.
But the warning has to be done by end of January, right? Val?
Correct, but
Right.
the warning language itself
Right.
won't change. As long, we just need to make sure that the most current document is available to voters within a reasonable time.
So the public hearing would be the public hearing related, that was related to the town meeting? Or would we have to have a?
No,
second?
this, if there's going to be a substantive change to the town plan at this point, another public hearing needs to be scheduled with a 30-day notice.
Would putting that
Are there
language in
other
be
things? Sorry, are there other things in the plan that you're looking to change in the not too distant future?
Yes.
Well, the
Probably.
reason I ask is because I'm nervous, but I'm not extremely worried about this because I do have the letter stating that it's not the intent of the planning commission to stop what I'm doing. And I think if you're willing to discuss that in your next meeting, I don't want to hold this up for my personal, I should have been on this before now. And I know I brought it up, I brought it up when we did this town plan originally. And, like I said, I was told not to worry about it because I'm not quarrying. Well, I am. And I just wish that, I'd like to be in compliance with the plan. I would like to not be an exception to the plan. But that's, I don't think it's necessary to hold this up just to change that if you have changes that you're looking to do in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I suggest we
would-
discuss, I think we ought to discuss this at our meeting tomorrow.
I was just gonna, thank you, Tom. I was just gonna say, why don't you guys talk about it tomorrow night and then
Okay.
come back to the select board and say, yes, we need another meeting or we're gonna make a change and, because we have the time.
Well,
Okay, so-
unfortunately, I think that needs to be a warmed topic, doesn't it? So
For-
I don't want to go and have something changed and have it be just because I want it changed.
Right,
I would prefer it be done when you're doing other changes. What I would ask is that if at all possible, the planning commission discuss this tomorrow night and make sure that it's not going to be an issue for me moving forward if I have to go, because I'm going to start the re-permitting process is a long process, and I'm going to start next year for my 2022 expiration date. So I just want to know where I stand ahead of time.
So
Okay, I I think we can discuss it at our meeting tomorrow night. It doesn't have to, we don't have to make a decision. So we can just add it to our agenda to have a discussion about it. We don't have to have, so that everybody knows what we're talking about. And so since it's not time dependent, if this gets passed as is and the letter is still valid, we would still have we would be able to do it in the following year. Because there were other things that we had sort of put on the table because we weren't, this update was really specifically to look at forest fragmentation, and it got a lot bigger, as it always does, but we had to say, okay, we're going to look at these other things next time. So there are other things to look at. And I think we should probably try to move forward. That's just my feeling for tonight, but you know.
No, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I just,
Yeah.
you know, it's there, and I see it as an issue down the road.
No, we'll definitely make sure that is not an issue down the road.
So one other thing connected to that would be, at the time that Peaker is renewing, it'll be under the DRB. It will not be planning commission, correct? In terms of might go to, if he would go before the DRB in terms of getting a new letter, let's say if he needed one, hypothetically.
Not necessarily, because you don't need to get do you need to just you just need to get a
I already
50.
have a local permit, and there's no expiration date on my local permit. It's the state I have to satisfy, but the state's going to look at
It's
the
really
town plan.
the town plan issue.
So I need yeah.
Okay.
So I have the letter. The letter worked last time. I just, you know, I want to be upfront about it. I don't want.
Right.
No,
to-
I
to be
remember
doing
very
anything that-
clearly. Yeah, I remember very clearly the meeting. We spent a long time talking about it. We decided to write a letter. It was very clear how everybody felt about it. Honestly, I just didn't even think about it when we were doing this.
No, and I can see.
And-
I can see why you wouldn't. I mean, it's like Ian said. It's only in the document in 4 places, and you know, there haven't been any complaints. So there hasn't been any issues raised as far as the quarrying end of it goes. So, I mean, it's not on the radar, so I can see why you wouldn't talk about it.
Right, but it is something to be aware of, Peaker, just because, you know, by next year, after this is hopefully voted in, it will become a design review board. So it's a different thing. The planning commission maybe necessarily wouldn't look at that. It would be the design review board that you might go ahead, you know, and that would be maybe a whole group of new people that you're talking to instead of the planning commission, right?
No,
Val's shaking her head.
it would
I
stay-
don't. I think that's what. I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
It would
Val.
it would stay with the planning commission because there's no mechanism short of a permit amendment or reapplication to bring anything before the development review board. And this is
Okay.
the town plan we're talking about. So that will definitely continue to live with the
I see.
commission.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So
But,
enough on my part. We can move on. Let them discuss it tomorrow night. No, I don't want to hold this up. We've got
Sure.
a lot of other stuff to get to, and I just want the planning commission to be aware that it's a concern for me.
Okay, thank
But
you.
it's personal. It's personal. It's not a.
Yeah.
But I guess this is what the public hearing is for, right?
That's right. You just
You are the
changed
public.
that, that's all. Okay, are we good with that?
Yeah, but I want to make one more comment on that.
Go ahead.
On the note of the DRB changing, the planning commission may also change members. So
Right.
that'll come up later.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna close the public hearing on the town plan and move on. Next order of business.
At some point, the select board
Is it a
would need to
process?
take action to actually vote to approve it. To move it forward.
I'm
to the-
sorry, Val, you said we have to take an action to vote to approve the town plan?
Or to at least move it forward to put it on the warning.
Oh, okay, we didn't do that last
Because
time.
one of the other options is for the select board to not support it and not allow it to move forward.
So would somebody like to make a motion to approve the town plan and move it forward for voting in March?
So moved. So moved.
Second?
Second.
That was Peaker. Okay, any discussion? You got a discussion, Joel?
Question. So if we vote to move it forward, we're moving what is printed right now.
Correct.
And then, so what Katie and Tom said, they're going to discuss it tomorrow night. Is that a moot point?
They'll discuss it and then maybe add it to a change that they're gonna make on later on.
Okay.
Any more discussion? All those in favor, say aye, raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Good
That was a lot
job.
of work, a lot of work.
Okay, regular business. Consider process for transitioning from a zoning board of adjustment to a development review board and begin consideration of prospective candidates.
This is on the agenda partly as a two-step process so that when the time comes to actually appoint development review board members, folks are, the select board and others are oriented to what we're actually doing. So online is information about the transition to a development review board and some background information about how the development review board differs from the zoning board of adjustment that it would be replacing. And you'll see there also, there's some guidance from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns that when the time comes to actually implement the development review board, that the select board adopt a resolution that would define the date that the development review board becomes effective, outline the transition from ZBA to DRB, and identify appointees to the board. And it would be for 3-year terms, staggered 3-year terms.
And we can work on this now, right? Because the DRB, its formation isn't actually based, is it based on the town plan being voted or the previous one that was voted?
It was based on the Unified Development Regulations.
Right.
Section in there that defines the Development Review Board as a 7-member board with 2 alternates for 3-year terms.
Okay. Okay, so it's not, yeah, we don't have to wait until March to create
No.
the DRB. Okay.
No, in fact, sooner the better, because
Right.
because the Unified Development Regulations are in effect. And so there are things in the pipeline that need to move forward.
So does
Again-
the plan, go on, Peter.
I'm just want to, the first thing I think we got to decide is what we're going to do for terms. If we start out with three threes, 2 2s and 2 1s so that we don't end up changing the board. I think somewhere it said that we can't change more than a third of the board at a time. And then after that, everybody would be 3-year terms. Does that work?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to stagger them.
Yeah, so if you figure there are 9 members, so 3 different groups of 3, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I think we should start with I think we should fill the 3-year first so that we're sure we got commitments for at least that long.
I can tell you that so far, I've received 1 response from a citizen who'd like to be considered for the DRB.
That
Well, I
isn't
can
on
also-
that isn't on the zoning.
Oh, and 2 members from the ZBA who would like to be considered also. So there's 3 people altogether so far.
Well, if you haven't heard from the chair, he's told me he's willing and able.
Yeah, he's one of them.
Okay.
Haven't heard back from the others yet. And I suppose we could do like the select board intended to do before, was to just automatically reappoint ZBA members. And if they don't want to be reappointed or appointed to the DRB, they can resign.
Mhm. Well, I mean, you just put that out there on Front Porch Forum and that this week. Was it this week and end of last week?
Last week and
Last week.
twice so far.
So, I mean, I think we need to give it a little time for people to
Right.
answer.
Right.
Valerie, could we do that until the 1st of March, until we reappoint, after elections and how we always do it, and the month of
Right.
March and a little bit of April? reappoint everybody?
How many members on the ZBA?
Right now?
There's not 9.
Yeah, there's
Seven,
seven
I
and
believe.
two alternates, right?
I believe so.
Oh,
And
But
okay.
there's, how many, are there any openings, Val? I forgot what the email said.
I'm gonna look.
There are 2 vacancies at the moment.
And is there any, will the design review board, was it not design review? What's the one for the main
Design
street
Review Commission.
commission? Will any of them, that won't be happening anymore?
No, that's still in place.
That's
Yeah,
still
it's
in
it's
place?
it's still its own thing. Yeah, it's separate than this, even though there will be some overlap.
Val, did they reach out to the planning commission to see if there are any of them who wanted to jump ship and go to the zoning board? Or
Did reach out.
DBR?
And planning commissioners don't necessarily need to jump ship. They can,
No, I know they don't.
yeah, they can, if they want, they can serve on both.
Okay. Go ahead, Katie.
I have a hard time not jumping in, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be good. There is interest, I'm guessing there's interest on the planning commission to perhaps be on the development review board. Because as a planning commission now, we won't review anything. And we at times reviewed quite a bit, and some people just enjoy that part of the board better. So that's what we're going to talk about. That's our main agenda topic tomorrow night. So, I mean, I actually was a little concerned about I really think we need to do some public outreach and get people interested in this, because not only we do need people, the zoning board, I only thought we had 4 people now from what it looks like in terms of people, their time being expired. And that's a 9-person board.
Right.
Correct? So, and we're down 1 person on the planning commission. And with the development review board, their job is just going to be a lot bigger, because it's going to open the door to projects that are larger than they used to be, with a lot more elements to consider, a lot more environmental issues. And it's just, it's going to be a bigger job. The zoning ZBA right now hasn't even met other than last month.
Right.
Anyway, so I think we need some time to really sort of do public outreach. And I don't know how, I mean, that's not really the planning commission's job to do that. But anyways, I'm kind of, I'm making a plug. So
maybe the thing we should do then is to roll the ZBA over and redo this whole thing, like Joel said, in March. Redo the whole board. That way we've got time to talk about it. Because if somebody comes before them right now, we don't have any mechanism in place to deal with the new rules.
So you're saying make the current ZBA and appoint them as the DRB until March 6th or whatever it is, and then we'll reappoint and reconsider?
Well, that gives us time to do the outreach and to find out who else is interested. The only thing that bothers me is if somebody were to submit an application tomorrow, we don't have anybody to review it. So what do we do? What's the default? Is it
The
just
ZBA
approved
is
in
still
30
in place.
days?
The ZBA is still in effect and still seated, so they can still operate, because the DRB has not been formed yet.
We haven't created the DRB yet, Peter, as a board.
Right.
Just because
So-
the regs passed, the select board has to create the DRB.
Right, but is the
But what's
ZBA
the process?
qualified to review the new regulations?
There you go. I mean, there's new regulations and we don't have a DRB, and that's what our new regulations say you have to go through.
Right. Yeah.
So in essence, the ZBA doesn't have a role anymore in our planning process.
Hmm.
If I understand what you're saying correctly.
Well,
Understanding
I
that
mean-
the ZBA is still in effect.
yeah, I mean, we haven't dissolved them technically. Just because the regs were passed.
I understand that, Michelle, but my question is, who does the job? Just because they're still there, the statute or I don't know if it's a statute or what, but that says we'll have a DRB. So
Right.
if I come to the town with a project and you're telling me the ZBA is going to review it, but according to our new rules, the ZBA doesn't exist, or they don't oversee the new rules.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a gray area as to where the line gets drawn. I mean, if the ZBA were gonna do it, they're gonna be reviewing it under the new regs. And you can't review it under the old regs.
And the primary difference is subdivision regulations. So I don't know how imminent any new subdivision proposals are on the threshold.
I mean, I see Peaker's point. I mean, it would be easy to appoint all the ZBA members as DRB members until March, to give us time to get people in, let us know who's interested from the PC. I mean, what happens if we have PC members and ZBA members more than we have spots? Then we have to choose. We have to interview and choose.
Well, we have to interview and choose now. I mean,
Right.
it's not going to be any different in March. The only thing is that you're telling me right now, you're telling me the ZBA is still in effect. So if they're going to do the job, why not give them the proper title, letting them know that all their terms are going to expire in March, and in the interim, we're going to be looking for people who want to serve on this new board.
So it sounds like Peaker's plan is to sort of make a hybrid of the ZBA right now.
I don't know that it's hybrid. We would be making a DRB, but putting their term 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
Another option, since we're being careful about what the regulations say that it's a 7-member board with 2 alternates for 3-year terms. It doesn't talk about an interim step. So another option is to make the appointments, unless you really need the time to contemplate it, but to begin making appointments, and just have them go beyond, like, I don't know, I guess I'm thinking out loud about how to deal with the time in between town meeting. Just say in their appointments that they run through town meeting 3 years from now, or town meeting 2 years from now. So some of them will just have a few extra months of term.
But we haven't given the planning commission people time to discuss to see if any of them would like to be on this board. If we just go and appoint this board and say that, change their terms and say they're going to run through, then we're not giving other people the opportunity to be on this board. And I think Katie's right. This is a different makeup than what the ZBA is. It has a different role in the planning process than the ZBA did. To a
Jen,
certain-
go ahead.
What about if you took the 3 people who are showing interest right now and gave them the first 3-year terms, and then took the other 6 seats and filled it with the remaining ZBA members for their terms to expire in March, with the idea that you'd fill 6 seats at staggering terms come March? Since you have interest of 3 people, I'm just thinking so that there's some longevity, so that they don't have to kind of reapply, since 2 of them are ZBA members
Mhm.
in March. So if you took them and say, okay, you are the first 3 who are interested, and we agree that you should be on, whatever, and then gave them the first 3-year terms, and then appointed, the rest of the ZBA for the other 6 seats, and then those 6 seats would be up in March, with the idea that you could appoint 6 new people come March, give yourself time to do what Katie said, which is really get the plug out there, or the word out there, and and it would give the planning commission time to discuss what this new role might be if some people want to jump ship.
Go ahead, Katie.
I don't know if that sounds like a good idea, but I don't know, are there that many ZBA members to do that?
Well, there are 2 actual vacancies, and there may be at least one ZBA member who we don't know if that person is interested in participating. Whoever participated in the October hearing is probably more of an indicator of who's interested in continuing on. So there is at least 2 vacancies that can be filled by planning commissioners.
Yeah, well, I mean, just remember, it's only a 7-person board and a 2-person alternate.
Right, the
So
alternates,
a
correct.
9-person board. So if we appoint
Right.
9, we have to make 2 of them alternates.
Right.
I'd be concerned about rushing just with anyone applying for the position. I think we want to do the interviews and make a decision instead of automatically saying, there are 3 interested people for these positions, let's automatically apply them. Like, the idea is to spend the time to get a well-rounded board of individuals on there. And I would hesitate to just blindly apply, appoint people who have submitted interest. I think that would be the wrong way to go about that.
Well, 2 of the people that submitted interest are already on the ZBA.
Right, right, something like that. If they wish to continue their term, I think it's fine. But any new applicants, I think just because we want this is an important thing for the town, and so you want to have good representation. The same on any board, hopefully.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But yeah, what his main point, I think, is just for the town to be in compliance, as it were, for our new regulations that have passed that are now there. I mean, the biggest thing is obviously the unified, but if you're in the long run, and so that we can do to sort of create that board now, even if it's going to change in March, I think would be a good thing for us.
Well, you might have to say change in April because, March, we're not appointing
That's
people
true.
right on that day. Go ahead, Joel.
How many present members do we have on the zoning board right now?
Well, that's an interesting question.
It says there are 7 listed on the website. I don't know how many of them have been attending the meetings, so there have been very few meetings.
And 3 of those terms are indicated as having expired this past March, but
Right.
March of 2020,
Yeah.
yes.
that we
yes.
never appointed again?
Yes,
Well,
we did.
Well, see, there was discussion among select board members at the time to appoint the members because we hadn't heard back from them about whether they wanted to be reappointed or not. And there was conversation about reappointing them and having them resign if they didn't want to be reappointed. But that didn't make it into the minutes. And around that time, the pandemic started to make itself known and have its effects. And so communications on that fell through the cracks.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, I heard what we need 9 on this new DRB.
7,
Members
2
and
alternates.
alternates. Excuse me, Michelle.
7 and 2 alternates.
And 11 weeks from tonight will be town meeting. And that's going to fly right by here, people.
Mm-hmm.
And then March 8th is our restructural meeting. It'll be the second Monday in March. And then at the earliest convenience, we could interview on the 22nd of March. I will make a motion and I'm going to throw it out here first before I get a second, think about it, we'll talk about it, is that we reappoint the zoning board of adjustment members who want to be on the DRB and to fill out the vacancy of that 9-member board members, some members of the planning commission picked by the planning commission until the first Monday in April, when the board will review all applicants for a new DRB.
If we're gonna do that, Val, don't we have to do that resolution? We have to go through the whole resolution piece. That,
It would be good to have a resolution that articulates something to that effect.
What I'm just saying is trying to get to Peaker's question. If I file for a subdivision today and Chris denies it and he says, you got to meet with the DRB, and I'll go, who are they? And I go, we don't have one yet.
Well, we're kind of in that boat right now. There is a
Right. So this will
subdivision, but
kind of, there'll be a lame duck, kind of like some people down in Washington are. They're a lame duck. They aren't got a lot of power, but they'll at least we've granted them until April, till appointed sometime in April, early April, for 3-year, 2-year, or 1-year terms. What's the board feel about that?
The only issue I see is that there might be some people on the current ZBA that don't wish to have that happen because they, in their mind, have already left that board. And so you might be short the people that you need to create the full board.
That's why I added in the planning commission. If we needed 4 from the planning commission, let
Oh,
the
I see.
members, if we needed 5, let them pick their own, who that wants to not say jump ship, but do double duty until April.
I have a comment. Can I make a comment now?
yeah, go ahead, Katie.
It is possible for planning commission members to be members both of the planning commission and the DRB. That might solve the problem, at least temporarily.
Well, then why could we go 5 members from the ZBA and 4 from the DRB, from the planning commission with that's 9 and 1 alternate from of those 2, 5 and 4, 1 of each board will be an alternate. Does that work?
But let me just follow up saying not everybody is going to want to do that, though. Some people might want to do that. I'm getting some like stares from some people on this screen, like, what are you saying? It's a possibility. I'm just saying it might work. So I don't,
I mean, if your Tuesday night meeting, you got 6 that want to go, and we only need 5, I guess we do it the old way and draw them out of a hat, and well, short straw loses, long straw wins, or whatever.
this is intended to be on the next agenda, so next Monday, the 21st, to circle back on this. So we'll certainly continue this conversation then, and by then the planning commission will have had a chance to have a conversation about it.
Well, and at that point, I think we should take a look at that resolution and get the wording of what we need to do.
Right.
To get this moving and get them, if we're gonna go that route and get them
Mhm.
appointed and at least through April.
For the next meeting, I can probably do at least 2 different scenario resolutions and see what fits and maybe, tweak them.
Yeah.
And
Does
by
that work for
that
you
time
guys?
too, you should have a fairly full list of applicants.
Hopefully.
So we are already doing that and we have a full list of applicants. Why is it only a temporary thing? If we all feel that the applicant list is a solid pool of people.
Well, I don't think it would be, Ian. If we get an actual list of people who are interested, then I think we can do not as a temporary. I think we
Okay.
can then figure out who's 3-year, who's 2-year, who's 1 year to alternate them.
And it would
Okay.
really only be the first 3-year batch that would be the longer 3 years, a few extra months. The other one would be ordinary cycle. Because they're staggered.
And we'd have time to get input from the community if people were interested
That's
to,
right.
to be part. So that
Right.
makes sense.
Okay. Okay, so
Because others-
discussing this.
This sample resolution, if I'm reading it right, says this board has established a planning commission and zoning board of adjustment as authorized by provisions in the statute to, among other responsibilities, assist the administration of the above bylaws. So it sounds like we could use those two boards to do if we did the sample resolution that BLCT is using, we could use the two boards to fill that spot until we had if I'm reading that right, until we had the applicants we wanted to be able to select from.
I see.
Am I reading that right?
No, I don't think so, Peter. I think it's saying that we are establishing both the planning commission and a development review board, although we already have a planning commission, so we can kind of leave that out, can't we, Val? We'd only be establishing the development review board.
Right. I think it's trying to say that the planning commission is being reformed
Okay.
without those other responsibilities.
So looking at a calendar here on my phone, at the earliest we could get some people appointed would be January 11th, because our next meeting is the 28th, which we'd vote on this, how we're going to lay out the groundwork to select people. And
The
then we
next meeting
interview
is
on
next
the-
Monday. We're not planning on meeting on the 28th.
Okay, we've already gone by what thought we were going to vote on the second and fourth Monday.
Well, this was because of the holiday. This was discussed in the calendar that we reviewed earlier in the year. Now,
Okay,
admittedly, it was before the pandemic kind of rearranged things, because
Yeah.
ordinarily people would be traveling over the holidays.
Oh, right.
okay. So if we voted on the proposal next Monday, we still wouldn't be able to appoint anybody or even interview until January 11th, that's second and fourth.
Right.
Or Monday, on Monday.
No, we could do it next week, Joel.
So we're going to interview people right after we vote whether we're going to interview them or not. I mean, whether we're going to do this proposal. I'm a little confused there.
No, basically what we have to do is the select board has to create the DRB. So the resolution is basically to create the DRB. And at that same time, we can, if we have a list of potential people who are interested, we can either interview them that night or appoint them if they're already people that are already on the boards and we know them.
Okay. I mean, Ian said at first, and I agreed with you, to slow it down and get the word out that we get a lot of people, when you say a lot, maybe we get a couple of dozen or half a dozen and a half people to apply for a position they never heard about. And then, but here in a week, we're going to appoint them. That doesn't look like we're slowing it down much. I don't care either way. I just thought my resolution was these people are seasoned veterans on the planning commission or the zoning board of adjustment. And we'd kind of say, okay, we need 9 of you, 4 and 5, and each one from each board, at least out of the 9, one of you is going to be an alternate from every board. And you're going to be appointed up to no more than, 15, up till 1st of April, till we get it appointed. So that's all I was getting at.
That's still an option to follow after the planning commission has had a chance to talk and folks can decide whether they want to put themselves forward that way. And then the select board can make that decision next Monday.
Along with the resolution.
Go ahead, Peter.
Along with the resolution.
Right. So I think what we should do is we'll plan next week to do the resolution, however we're going to do it. And hopefully by then we'll have a list either from Katie or from interest in the Front Porch Forum or Facebook or whatever, the posts that you've been putting out, Val. And then we can decide then. I mean, we could always decide then just to reappoint the ZBA as the DRB and until April, and then take those people and interview them.
But I agree with a lot what Katie said earlier about there's some planning commission members who had a lot of good work into this document and may want to be on the DRB, and I don't want to overlook that.
Well, right. Oh, absolutely.
We'll have that, we should have that information for next Monday, though.
Hopefully.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So we're good? I'll talk about this next Monday? Okay.
A little bit more, we'll be a little bit more prepared.
Just
Okay.
push it down the road.
Kick the can down the road, right?
Okay, next.
All right.
Continue.
Thank you,
review
Planning Commission
discussion-
members.
Thank you, Katie,
Thanks, guys.
Kevin, Tom.
Continue review and discussion of draft winter road and sidewalk maintenance.
Hopefully folks had a chance to look over the updated draft. I provided two versions on the website. One is the markup version and one is a clean version so that you can see what it looks like without the markup. Hopefully it reflects what the select board intended.
So my one question I had was, we had crossed out the town does not plow private roads or private driveways because we haven't made that decision yet on those 4 roads or 5 roads, whatever they were that we had put in there. And we're going to deal with that later.
Right.
I mean, I'm hoping that we deal with that sooner rather than later so that we're not doing this 2 years down the road again.
Right.
Okay.
I gotta apologize because it's the first time I'm looking at it, but right off the bat, it says town-owned roads and sidewalks. We don't own anything. All we have is right-of-ways.
Where are you seeing that?
First paragraph, purpose.
Purpose.
Second line.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I
Public roads
Yeah.
and sidewalks?
that would, yeah, that would work. I mean, I just don't want,
Yeah.
supposedly you own to the center of the road and they take the right of way out. It's just a landowner's rights thing.
So under 2, plowing of roads, is it still town highways?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Town highway is a very specific term.
Okay. Versus town-owned roads.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, even the state only has a couple of roads they actually own. They have right of ways. In essence, we pretty much own it because we dictate what happens there.
Right.
But
The only thing I had, Val, was a couple things. It's with the Main Street on page 3, number 5. So it gives the time, which is good, which I think will be helpful for people. I don't know if we need the business owners and tenants have communicated they would prefer no sand to be used due to its impacts on maintenance of the interior spaces. Like, I don't know why that's in there. I don't think it needs to be. Like, it's
Yeah, not a
something that,
I agree with you, Ian. It's not a policy
yeah,
thing.
it's something that we can obviously, we try to listen to Main Street business owners and try to accommodate as much as possible, but you're also doing it for the safety of people, residents in the town, not just business owners. So I think we could just sort of nix that. And then the 50-50 mix of sand and salt. So I guess I have 2 questions. One of them, I guess, is for Eric. So at the moment, we've got our barrels filled and we do have that 50-50 mix. Is that what is normally put down on the Main Street sidewalks, or are they usually just salted or nothing, or just sand?
Normally it's been just sand in the past.
Oh, okay.
The board felt last year towards the end of winter that they wanted to try using a salt sand mix.
Okay.
On sidewalk. So that's what we've gone to right now. And like I think I mentioned to it at the past meeting that I have like 2 tandem loads mixed up right now for this winter ready to go.
Okay. And that would be on sidewalks, not just on the main street, but on all town sidewalks, it'll be a 50-50 mix.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, because I think that line, a 50-50 mix and sand, is currently applied. I think that's good to specify to people what is used, and have it be in that policy. So I think that's good. But I think that previous line, I think we can just take that out completely. I like that we have the town and their responsibility for the four corners. And then the only other thing would be, 4 under use of salt and sand. I think you can take out the town will coordinate with Bristol Core to provide barrels, because I've made those and worked with Eric, and now they're filled. But I think it's going to be something where it's probably the town will store those at the end of the season and put them back out if it's successful the next season. I don't think Core would be involved. We were involved just in terms of like the initial build and getting the barrels from Joel. Thank you very much, Joel. But I think the town will probably, it's just easier for you to store those and put them out at the beginning of the season next year if they're successful.
I just got a comment about the 50-50. I would like to see another year salt on the Main Street sidewalk. This year I was only trying to cut it back.
Okay.
New sidewalks. That was the only reason. I'm not sure. I have mixed feelings about whether Eric wants to do sand and salt all the sidewalks in the village. But I was doing more just a mixture down on Main Street, just so it wouldn't pit that new concrete. Next year,
we asked for that last year, Joel, to try to clear the sidewalks because we were just.
That's right. We did.
sand
You're
on.
right, Peter. You're right. We did do that.
Is there a reason why we don't salt all the sidewalks normally? Is it just a cost issue? Is it we don't have the resources to do that?
I bet it's twofold. One, because it's a cost issue, and two, because where some of the sidewalks dip and it creates ice, the sand gives it the
Traction. Yeah.
Oh, right.
traction.
Okay. So it seems like a 50-50 mix on all sidewalks is probably the most beneficial. It's not too
Optimal.
expensive, and also, helps with traction and things like that.
And it'll clear the sidewalk where the water can drain. It should clear the sidewalks. That was the issue.
Okay.
With just putting the sand on, we never really cleared the sidewalks.
Okay.
And we're working on, when we're doing the sidewalks now, where the sidewalks are good, they've shaved some edges when they're doing road work, and so that the water will drain off them. Because over time, the sod builds up on the sides and the water,
Just stays there. Yeah.
Right. And we do have some sidewalks that are just too low, and no matter what we do until we redo those sidewalks and raise them, they're going to have water on them.
Right. But at least the 50-50 takes down some of that ice and hopefully drains. Okay.
Correct.
Valerie, I'm on the website. I don't find the highway what you guys are looking at.
It'll be under the agenda items. If you look under agendas and then select board meetings and then tonight's meeting, the whole list is right
agenda
there.
items. Okay.
Do you want me to share screen share?
Boy, I'm feeling really good about myself right now. I've got this up, and of course I'm sitting in a different place tonight too.
That's right.
Where are you? You look like you're in an attic.
Yeah.
It's the loft. It's actually the office, and I usually don't sit up here because my wife watches TV, but she's not tonight. So.
Okay.
Get it, Joel? You want me to send it to you?
No, I can't find it. I got to agenda and then I went to the material and I still can't find it. So
It's item number
So
2.
if you go down through the TA
Number
report, just
4-2.
click on the blue.
Right. That's what I was just going to say.
Mhm.
It's in the TA report too.
Yeah, but those are the only things I had. Everything else looks like what we discussed previously.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I've sent this draft to business owners on Main Street just when we talked about putting in the salt and sand barrels. And I didn't receive any feedback. So people know about it. And if they had issues, they should let me know.
Good.
if you need a couple more barrels, holler, Ian. I got a couple more.
You're just trying to clean up your yard. But no, thank you for that. And thank you, Eric, for filling those. I think hopefully, if we ever get any snow again, hopefully people will use it. They'll be used.
Any other questions, comments in there?
I want, going back, I don't want to belabor this, but that 50-50 mix reference, I wonder if we want to add just a little extra something in that sentence that to acknowledge that that might change, that not to lock the town into that arrangement, but to suggest that it's subject to change in the future.
Well, it does say currently applied. I mean, that,
Yeah.
does that give us an out?
Right. I mean, Eric and Peeker know if it gets down 25 below, salt
We're
doesn't,
not,
they're
we're
going
not gonna
straight
use it
sand down.
anyway. Right.
Right?
If it gets down to a certain degree, I'll be using straight sand anyways, because the
Right.
salt won't work.
Won't
So,
work.
Joel, I just emailed it to you if you want to check.
Okay.
That's something, Ian, I know that some store owners have talked to me about is, you know, just people tracking dirt and whatnot in. I wonder if there's a way to have a little education there saying that if it is below a certain, you know, certain temperature that's salt is ineffective and that the crew will be using sand. It might be worth, I don't know, in a newsletter,
Yeah.
an email.
Yeah, I can mention it to people.
Salt tracks
Broom,
too.
and a broom and a dustpan by the
door
door helps too.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I mean, and
No,
that's
I'm
what,
just,
yeah.
you know, just referring to what people have mentioned to me.
right. So I think as, you know, people might be not thrilled with that, but as long as they know the reasons why it's done,
Exactly.
I think that's the best thing. But I mean,
Yeah.
that's also why we have doormats. So I think anyone and any business owner in Vermont who expects clean floors during our winter seasons
Agreed.
will be sadly disappointed. But obviously, you try to do your best to help out as much as possible.
They're going to have to knock their expectations down a little.
Right. Unless you got those little booties in hospitals, you can just sort of walk
There you
There
around.
you go.
Yeah, I think this looks good. Can we approve this tonight? So it's an official thing for us?
As adjusted.
As adjusted.
As adjusted. Yep.
Peeker, you have
So
anything
moved.
else?
Second.
Another one off the
Okay.
list.
Any more discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carried.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, budget workshop, Public Works, Fire Department tentative, and other sections. Yay,
The
Eric and
screen
Val.
share.
And Jen, whoever's
Jen,
gonna.
where's our nice interactive one where we can change all these numbers?
No, my numbers are permanent.
Jen, do you
Gonna
want to
be-
give it a try?
It's going to be that kind of workshop, huh?
It's Eric's fault. He wouldn't let me share it with you. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Let me see here. We're doing Eric first. Is that
Yes.
Yeah,
okay? Pull up the right. Did someone make me a something so I can? share?
co-host.
You're the hostess of the mostess.
You know it, Joel. Don't forget it. Right. Oh, shoot. Hello.
While she's doing that, Mr. Bouvier, I sent you the link so you can find all the documents that you need for tonight's meeting. Okay?
Way to
Okay.
go, Tasha.
How are some of these changes negative 100%?
Because there's no information filled in.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I was like, you seem to be slashing your budget.
That's what we're the goals, man. I'm just kidding. How do I do this again?
Pull the file up first and then
Yeah.
share your screen.
And then share screen. Down at the bottom, the little green button.
Yeah, once you
There
click,
it
you
is.
can then
Thank
choose
you,
your
Darla.
window.
Green
You're
was
welcome.
super helpful there. Sorry. Clearly I don't Zoom. Let's see. Share.
It's okay. I videotaped a meeting the other day and
many windows
videotaped
open?
myself for 90 minutes.
Perfect.
90
Nice.
minutes of
Great
this.
meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Now here is what I have. Open.
So you put in the numbers that were known.
Right.
Pretty
Right.
much known.
Right. The
Right.
proposed changes. Okay, so you've got a bit more on there. Okay.
Although we can probably deal with things like training and mileage and
Well, I forget what the discussion was. Eric, go for that, because I can't remember what you and I talked about now, because it feels like forever ago.
What's that?
About your mileage and your training.
I don't know. It seems to be working. I'd probably just leave it the same for now.
What do you guys do for training?
That's what I'm trying to remember. I'm feeling like
The training, there's usually, that's where the CDL goes in. For
So
the
they're required to do a
reimbursement
certain
for the
amount of training
CDL,
for a CDL?
license.
What's
We
that?
pay for the license renewal.
for the licensing.
Oh,
And
but they
that's
don't have to
usually,
do any, Eric, they don't have to do any training for their CDL? They just have to do their licensing?
it's just the physical you gotta do and renewal of the license.
So you put those fees under there?
Yep.
So I guess training could remain the same at 500.
Do we want to rename it if it's not actually training so that we
That would
understand
be-
it better?
You could, because right now, once in a while, we do some VLCT training.
Okay.
Which that's the category that it should go in. So if you wanted to add a category, I don't know what you would call it.
Or
But
say maybe it's training / licensing or something like that. Just, I won't remember next year when we look at this.
Yeah, that'd be a
Sorry
good idea.
for
No,
my
that's
own.
fine. Yeah.
Sorry, just
Do that.
making it
Well,
easier for myself.
Jen's going to kindly add notes to each of these lines to tell us what they are.
I just changed it to training and licensing for you.
That
Yeah.
makes sense. Thank you.
And then the
So what is
mileage.
the mileage line?
Yeah.
The mileage is reimbursement for if we have to use our own pickup or vehicles to go to a training, pick up parts,
Okay.
whatever the case may be.
So can we put that down to 200?
From 3.
I mean, just looking, the year before was 198.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see. There
I
we
mean,
go.
basically, that's what the little truck is for.
Yeah,
Unless
that's what
they,
the little
unless,
truck is.
unless they all go and they can all pile into Eric's 4-door cab.
Right. Usually we use, either mine or Jared's we use for when all of us go.
Okay.
It's a training all of you have to attend. Yeah.
And then if the pickup is down or something like that, we've used it in the past. I've run around with my pickup this summer quite a bit, checking roads and doing other stuff. When the pickup is being used by, let's just say, for example, Jared's got it out or Kale's got it out with the excavator for putting signs and stuff. He has the pickup, and then I need to go with pikes to,
Right.
for paving. I usually take my pickup. So
Okay.
Well, if you're taking yours, put in your mileage. You've got
I was just
budget
gonna
for it.
say.
If he's used it a lot, $29, that's a lot.
I know. Yeah. It gets really good mileage, huh, Eric?
I know.
just put the
Where are you
mileage
buying
in.
gas?
So I can put it in.
Put it in. You got budget
You
for it.
should be putting
Yeah.
it in.
Do
Yeah.
it.
But
All right.
sometimes I feel it's just easier to use my own, so I don't
Right.
think of it.
Okay. Disability insurance, is that something you guys are gonna get a number for? Like
It
an
looks like
updated
it needs.
number?
It looks like it needs to go up.
No surprise.
Hmm.
I mean, if you look, we put 2179 in
Yeah.
there, and we spent
Last year was 2,500.
25.99, so
Right.
it needs to go up. And I think that the previous year might have been
Yeah, the actual was 25.
if we didn't have a full. Did you have a full crew then? I can't remember.
When's that, Jen?
Back in 2000, beginning, so July of 2018. Is that
Yeah.
when Josh first started? Did we not have a full crew?
He started in July, I think.
Okay, so.
2,500.
And I think it took him a second to get signed on, which was the issue.
It did. It took him a little while to get signed up.
Okay. So I'm just gonna bump this.
2,500, Jennifer?
I'm gonna
Okay,
do
or
26. since we only
26.
did 25.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay, and then, I guess, I don't know about overtime, but salary, I mean, that'll be dependent upon what you guys decide about salaries.
Right.
Yep.
And then retirement will also be dependent upon what you decide about
And
salaries.
so will FICA, won't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
so I'll leave those open for discussion, I guess. I assume you're doing that later, I don't know.
Well, we could do the overtime, couldn't we? And
Well,
put-
no, because that's
I
gonna be
don't know
based on
people's
if
rate of
their
pay.
salaries go
Yeah.
up, the line's gonna go up.
Where does your drug testing come out of?
I think it's out
I-
of health
yeah.
insurance, isn't it?
I don't know. I've never coded one for them, so I honestly couldn't tell you.
You
Yeah,
must
I've
have.
seen an invoice.
Nope.
You don't get an invoice? Who are you tested
I-
through? Who are you tested through? What group do you
Um,
belong to?
This new group called DISA. They changed their name from occupational testing.
Yeah,
So now they call themselves DISA, DISA.
so there's got to be a fee to belong to that, and then there's a fee every time somebody gets tested.
I'm looking.
remember you're sharing your screen, Jen, so we can see
Oh,
everything.
sorry. That's all right. You guys. can-
It's okay, just in case.
Thank you for reminding me, though.
Yes.
It's only vendors.
Uh,
Just if pictures start coming up, you might want to be careful.
Yeah.
I'm not fine. It used to be occupational. You said.
Yeah, occupational drug testing.
I can't. I'm wondering if we even have ever paid a bill.
I
Now
think
that
it
you
is
say
covered
that,
through VLCT.
that's what I was just gonna say. Is it through VLCT?
Does it
I
go?
think
Yeah.
so.
So how would you know?
Because they give you us don't they send you something, Valerie,
Hmm.
or Eric, or somebody like the results?
Yeah.
I get the
yeah.
results of the test.
In fact, 2 need to be scheduled by the end of this month.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying, Jen, is how would you know that they were billing you for a drug test if it goes through VLCT?
Like we wouldn't. That's what I mean. Is that if it's a part of a VLCT, like if VLCT hires this vendor, like I don't know if it's something that we pay for through our dues.
It's probably, based on how many CDL licensing drivers we have.
Yeah.
My guess is that because we're part of them, we might. Maybe it's included in the dues. I guess I don't.
Yeah, it's a good question.
That is a good question.
Well, if we've never received a bill, then
Don't go looking for it.
Then
Yeah.
we're current people. That's what I mean. We're current.
It ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay, shall we move on to equipment?
Mm-hmm.
What was the
Because
number?
they level funding just about everything with the exception of rents and tires.
Yeah.
What are you renting? What are we renting?
So let's see. I made a comment on this because Eric and I had quite the discussion
Yeah.
about that some of the things he was coding to what?
Equipment, no, it was on general contracted services.
Yes.
Is I put the rented excavator that we got in that line item instead of putting it in the rental line item.
Because
And
we
if
had
we're
this
gonna
discussion about contracted versus actually us renting a piece and us operating it.
Yeah,
And I think my thought was that if we were renting a piece of equipment to operate it ourselves, it should go under this line. And that if we were hiring someone to come in and do the job, that it should go under the contracted line.
Yes, ma'am.
yep.
I agree.
that's where it should be.
Makes
Okay, so
sense.
I think that's the change to that one.
And the reason why I upped that one there is because we're gonna need to rent that machine again next year for Lynn Hill.
What machine?
That Volvo 160 that we had or 140, whatever it was there.
With a hammer on it.
Yeah.
So how come your current is so low if you
Because he's
You
been
bought-
putting it under contracted services.
no, but even contracted services is low. His actual current.
Sorry, I'm scrolling down so you can see
Oh,
it.
wait a minute. Am I on the wrong one? No.
No, that wasn't contracted services, Peaker.
He's at 10.7 of 18,000.
We'll go back up though, Jen. Just above the rents was
Oh, yes.
contracted
Yeah,
something.
yeah. I think it's a different, it's
Well,
contracted
that's-
repairs.
That's contracted repairs.
Yep.
Equipment contracted repairs.
Okay. All right.
That number we want to be low.
Yeah, that
Right.
being that we're getting rid of truck 2, we shouldn't have that issue anymore, hopefully.
So does that
But it
mean we can
didn't-
put that number down?
But it didn't change. Still
What's
at
that?
13. It's still
Can
at
we put
13.
that number down from 13 to something lower?
Yeah, I suppose you could drop it down some. I wouldn't want to go in extreme, maybe drop it to 10.
We'll take 10.
Yeah, I can't see anything right now in the foreseeable future that, of course, you never can tell, but
That's really a good wash right there, Eric, because you raised the equipment rents from 500 to 3,500.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Okay.
that'll work for me.
All right.
So where is your contracted services? I'm not seeing it.
It's
Down
lower.
further.
I'm going.
Yep.
Oh,
Highway
way
general.
down?
Way down. Yeah,
In a different section.
Yeah, it's in the general
right
one.
there.
I can't, you're on my phone on the one
Oh,
that
sorry.
she's screen sharing, so I'm looking at the
It's under the general peaker.
Line
Highway
50.
general.
general contracted services.
Line
Yep.
56.
There ain't no line numbers here.
Oh, that's right, because it's a PDF.
General contracted services, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to move back up, Jen? We'll go to the next section.
I can do that. Oops.
Got to go to the garage.
Yeah.
Okay, garage.
What is the comment? Oh, yeah. There you go. That's the comment. That's the discussion, Eric. I'll let you take that. Can you see it? Or are you on your phone?
No, I'm on my phone. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
You don't want pages anymore, huh?
No, I mean, I'd rather, if you're gonna spend the money on pages, I'd rather put the money towards the guy's phone. Towards your phone bill. The pagers, nobody wears them.
Are cell phones reliable enough?
I was going to ask
Yeah.
that.
Mm.
So far, I mean, I haven't not been able to get a hold of anybody when I needed them.
Okay.
And,
I'm fine
and
with that.
granted, the pagers do work everywheres and all the time, but it's just another something that you got to wear on your, make sure that you keep on you, wear on you, and
Well, the
it's just
question,
one more thing.
the question becomes, Eric, though, if we're paying them for their phones, what are we paying them? I mean, if you're paying $50 a month, that comes out to a lot more than what we're spending on the page.
It's $3,000 a year for 5 of them.
Right.
Yes, I agree with that. As a lot more money. That would be up to you guys. I would leave it up to you guys if you'd be willing to do it. To come up with a figure to start with and see how it goes. But I
Eric,
would
is-
also make the comment too that if we're paying towards their phone bill, that they answer the phone when I call and not let it go to voicemail or let it go to whatever, that they respond. that would be.
Or I'm
one
glad
of
they
the
ain't paying for
stipulations.
my phone.
No kidding.
Might be something we need to change in the future, Peter.
Well,
So does the town have any cell phone accounts that are actually town owned, or does everyone have a personal account and people are just reimbursed?
The police department is the only place that has issued phones that are
Okay.
owned by the police department.
Okay.
Um,
And so I've seen in the budget there is reimbursement for cell phone. That's just an amount
That's
that
just-
a staff member would put towards their entire cell phone bill to accommodate them for town usage.
correct. So right now it's Valerie, Meredith, and Eric that get
Right.
reimbursed for that. You
Is
know,
that
and
50 a
I mean,
month?
it is $50 a month.
Okay.
But I don't know. I guess some of it is this the way of the world at this point? You know, is that the cell phone is the way of the world, and that if you if the issue was going to be that you couldn't get a hold of me because I wasn't going to have my cell phone, then you might be thinking we need to get a hold, you know, if one of Eric's guys said, well, if I don't have my cell phone, I'm not going to have a cell phone if you're not going to pay me. I mean, right now he gets a hold of him by a cell phone right now. I mean, I
Right.
think every employee in the town, that's how we reach out to everybody. So I guess my question would be is, do we
Where do you draw the line?
well, exactly. Like if you start doing this for them, are you going to end up having to do it for all your employees, or is it
Yeah.
the new, either if you come to the town of Bristol and you don't have a cell phone that will provide you one, and that's the route you want to take? I don't know. I don't know what the right way is, but
Well, I use my cell phone from my office all the time, and they don't reimburse me.
well, I mean, we don't have a house phone here. So if you
Neither
get
do
a
I.
hold of me, you have to get a hold of me
Right.
on my cell phone. And it's been like that since I started with the town. So,
Mhm.
I mean, I've been like
Well,
that.
it is. I think you're absolutely right. It's the way of the future. Everybody's got one because that's how you get a hold of them. Nobody answers their house phone anymore.
Right.
No.
I don't even know my house phone number. I don't.
Hey Val, so you're one of the busiest people as a town employee, and you get that $50. Is that a good balance? I mean, I'm not suggesting that we do 50 for everyone, but does that cover, do you feel that the use that you use of your cell phone that's town related? And if that covers for you, could we go to 25 a month or whatever? I'm just throwing numbers out there for less needed people, or I don't know. It's really messy how to do this, because how do you work out unless you itemized your bill and everyone could say yep, I definitely use this amount and it was way over 50 or way under 50. I don't know how you would sort that out.
Well,
It's really
most
confusing.
cell phone bills are set. They're unlimited, phone
Right.
and messages. So how do you
Right.
really quantify that? You're just, to me, it's a benefit.
But also too, if we're
ahead.
saying it's $50 and let's say your bill is $50, you're essentially paying for them to use their phone wherever they like at any time. The town's paying for that. Or if your bill is $25 a month, you're getting $25. Great. So yeah, I don't know. It's a messy area unless the town creates a policy where you're provided your own cell number and we control all the accounts. But that's probably a more expensive option.
Yeah, I don't want to go there. I don't want it, because the next thing that'll happen is that, the phone fell out of my pocket, ran over it. I need a new one.
Yeah, then it becomes a maintenance and all of that.
And Joel's still trying to get his iPads, so we can't give cell phones to people before Joel gets his iPad.
Well, that, or you have people walking around with two phones because they
I
have
know,
a
which is
personal phone
ridiculous.
and a town
Which
phone.
essentially gets back
with
to having a pager.
Right.
I guess I wouldn't be opposed to, that's $600 maybe to go to a little bit more. And I'm talking, when I say a little dollars more, and for that have pagers, we split that 700, and they get $200 a piece to carry their cell phone when we call them, because we don't pay to have their house phone.
They carry that cell phone all the time. I don't go
Huh?
anywhere without mine just because
Exactly.
I think you might call. I don't not carry my phone.
Exactly.
Right. Are they so ubiquitous that
Right.
Just take it out.
would you have any, right, would you have anybody who would complain and say, I'm sorry, I'm not going to use my cell phone for this related stuff unless you pay me? Like, that seems unlikely unless you got a tremendous amount of calls all the time and you're always using your phone, right?
So Ian, carry your pager. No, seriously. If they don't want to
No, I
carry the
know.
pager, if they don't want to carry the pager, we're paying for the pager. If they don't want to carry the pager, then
Phone.
that's their pay. They don't have to carry the pager, but they have to answer their cell phone.
Well,
Eric,
we're
how
talking
does-
about
how
getting
does
rid
that
of
sound?
the pager line.
Right.
Well,
But
no,
is it-
that's my point is if the issue is they're using their cell phones and they don't want to carry the pager, then it's a benefit to them not to have to carry the pager.
Right.
If we say we're going to get a hold of you on your cell phone.
But it's a benefit to you to be able to get in touch with them on their cell phone. But I think it's a different question of if we're calling them, it's because there's a snowstorm or there's an issue that they need to go to. It's an emergency. So you're asking them to road, whatever, to stop what they're doing, answer the call and go to a town emergency. That's different to me than just saying, we're going to call you sometime, be ready, answer your phone.
No, the pager they have to carry with them.
Right.
Or they should be carrying with them.
Right. And they have to respond to that page. So I guess,
Right.
Eric, what does your crew feel? I mean, have they talked about wanting to be reimbursed, or are all of them just like, I wish we didn't have to carry these pages anymore?
Brett asked a good question in the chat.
Yeah.
They nobody the only one that carries the pager on, there's one of us that still carries the pager all the time. None of the rest of us carry the pagers at all. They don't want to, because they have their cell phones with them, and normally that's the way I get a hold of them, is on their cell phones.
Right.
So if you were to page them right now, you wouldn't get them.
I wouldn't get anybody except for one.
Does that one carry the pager because he doesn't have a cell phone?
Nope. Carries the pager because that's what says that needs to be done.
Yeah, Brett.
Eric, at 3 a.m, you got to get do any of these guys have 453 numbers?
Jared does.
Joel, you
Mike
can assign your 453 home number to your cell phone, just so you know.
Well, for instance, mine doesn't go to me. It gets plugged in here in the charger, and you better call my house phone after I go to bed at night, because I'm on my phone. I'm just saying, we don't pay them to answer the house phone.
No, everybody's got a house phone except for 2 people.
And if you've opted not to have a landline and want to have a cell phone, that's still, we're not paying you to, no one pays you to answer your 453 number in your house when they call to work.
Right, but if it's an emergency and you're not at home, you still need to get in touch with them, and you're not going to, how are you going to get in touch with them if they're not at home? I mean, I'm having trouble understanding the house phone versus the cell phone.
Right. Well, it's related to what Brett says. So Brett says, what is the expectation of a public works employee regarding use of pagers? Is there one employee on call at a time, or is the expectation that all employees carry their pager 24/7?
All employees are supposed to be available, unless they ask ahead of time to say, for example, it's my anniversary, I'm going out tonight, I'm not available tonight. Other than that, they're all supposed to be available when I call. And depending on the road, for example, depending on snow, we'll use that. Sometimes when I come check the roads, I only got to call in Kale because it's just the mountains up high that got affected. Nothing down below got affected, so I only call Kale in. And then there's other times where I may call in Josh and Jared to run the pavement, and I don't call in Kale.
Right. Okay.
So it all depends on what I need and who I need.
So, I totally get what Joel's saying is, we used to all have home phones, and now we all have cell phones, which we're using as our home phone. I mean, we didn't reimburse anybody for a home phone, so I guess I don't understand. I guess I follow Joel's readings, and why should we reimburse them because they choose to have a cell phone versus a home phone?
Well, no, I agree with that, but and I know
I
it's
think
a
it's-
job description, and I know what you guys are going
Right.
to say, but I'm going to put it out there anyways. Up in Williston, their guys are paid, in Heinsberg actually too. Their guys are paid. It used to be, back when Bobby was there, it used to be $100 a month just to carry the pagers for the winter months. And in the springtime, when May came, they handed the pagers back in. They weren't considered emergency or whatever you want to have it anymore. And if you got a hold of somebody, if a tree came down, oh, you got a hold. If you didn't, you didn't. But in the wintertime, they were compensated $100 a month for carrying the pagers.
For being
be
on
available.
call.
To be on call, yeah.
Yeah, which essentially is what Brett's saying in the chat here.
But we don't
In the end-
technically have any of them on call.
No, but
Yeah,
it's in their work, it's in their job description that they will be on call.
Right.
We're on
And I
call
think, if
24/7.
we're gonna, I say if they don't want to carry the pagers and we're using cell phones to get a hold of them, we eliminate the pager line, but we don't reimburse them for their cell phones. I just don't, I understand that the pagers work everywhere, but if they're not carrying them, they don't work. They don't work at all.
No, they don't. Right now, they don't.
So I mean, the option is, we get a hold of them with their cell phones. We take the pagers out of the budget. If they don't want us calling them on their cell phones and they want to be reimbursed, then they carry the pager because that's the cheapest route for us to go, and we're guaranteed to be able to get a hold of them.
Okay.
Could I suggest leaving the money there for this year with the idea that we create this very clear expectation so that if somebody changes their tune or one person wants to carry the pager still,
Yeah.
like we still have the opportunity to do that, and that next year we can evaluate, like after the changes we talked about last year, we only have 2 people who want to carry a pager, so we're only paying for 2 pagers kind of deal. I don't know if
Well, this doesn't start until July 1st, 2021.
Right, but we have to have the money in the budget if we need the pagers.
right. Well, that's what
I
I
know, but
mean.
I mean, would we not figure that out between now?
We
Well,
have to have the
we
money
wouldn't
in the
figure that
budget. The
out.
budget's going to be voted long before then.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I was just thinking we could figure that out this winter, but we already have to decide on the budget before that
Correct.
winter ends.
Brett had his hand raised. Brett, do you want to say anything more other than what you said in the chat?
No, I guess if you're requiring an employee to wear a pager, then the employee should have an expectation of some type of compensation for being on call, because you can't say they're not on call and expect them to wear a pager. You can't have it both ways. If they're expected to be available during off business hours, then they should be compensated something for wearing that anchor, if you will, because there's an expectation on a snowstorm. They're not going to be, under the influence or something, that they're truly available to respond to a snowstorm.
But it's in their job
The
description.
training and a performance evaluation thing. And if you think the answer is just, oh, let's just not pay for a pager, we'll expect them to have their cell phones and we're just not going to pay for them. I mean, to me, that's not solving the problem. I'm not trying to, disrespect to Eric or his crew. If there's an expectation somebody wears a pager, then, well, you don't pay them for it.
Well, it's in their job description that they be available.
Yeah, but if you
know.
want them to be available, you need to pay them for being available. I had the
Exactly.
same
No,
issue.
they're
I had the same issue with my work. I was expected to answer the phone if they called on the weekend, but I wasn't paid for it unless they called me. But they expected me to be home available. So if you expect me to be home and available to work, then I'm expected to get compensated for that. You know what I mean? So if you're expecting them to come in for plowing, no matter what time, and Eric even said that they have to answer the phone no matter what, or the page, then they're expected to work and they're on call, so they should be compensated.
Mhm.
But when they take the job, that's part of the job description. It's not. It's not.
But
It's
but
not
I-
what they don't expect. If you're plowing snow, you know that it snows in the middle of the night.
right. But then I would say then get in contact with VLCT, because to me,
Yeah.
I'm still expected to get paid for it. You know what I mean? No matter if it's in my job
I
description
think it's
or not.
different though, because you'd be paying them for every single hour of the winter is the point
Right.
that Peak was making.
But what Brett said was that, or Brett or someone said,
Right.
or no, Eric said for Williston, they get
Oh.
paid $100 a month for being on call for that month. So,
But
it's
the
compensation.
expectation is that all 5 of them are available to plow snow when it snows. So you're saying that starting whenever the snow flies, you're going to pay them for every single minute of every single day.
But you're expecting them to be sober enough to drive a vehicle.
Yeah, that's
So,
just it.
they're
Yeah.
not just
guys to
shoveling snow or something. You're expecting them to be sober enough to do something about it,
I think it's part of the job.
We went. I mean, this has been talked about over here for years. The same question is, well, when I punch the clock at 3 o'clock and go home, I'm off the clock. I can drink. I can go to dinner. I can do whatever. I'm not being paid. So then at 8 o'clock at night, I get called up that the roads are icy or whatever. And then they could say, well, I'm sorry. I went to dinner. I had a couple drinks. I can't come in and plow. You didn't.
No offense, even if they're on call, that's not going to prevent them from not doing that. But
Well, no. Yeah, I understand that, Michelle. But if you did something to say that, okay, from this date to this date, like the state, Pete was saying the state out there, they would get paid. Oh shoot. There's something they got at the end of the season. So when spring came around, there was no more snowing to deal with. They got, I don't know. Of course, the state wasn't much, but it was like a bonus, maybe like 3 or 4 days, 3 days off or something to that effect, extra on top of their normal. But if Pete called one of them and said, okay, you need to come in and plow, and the guy says, well, sorry, I can't. I had a couple beers or whatever, and I can't. Okay, well, now instead of 3 days off, you get 2.5 days off. So you whittled your way down depending on how many times somebody wasn't available when they call.
so do they start giving vacation days back if they start getting to 0 and negative numbers?
No, I just think they lost the bonus days. I don't think they went the other way, but.
Do we know how other municipalities? Yeah, I know you talked about Williston. Do we know what, like Middlebury, Virgins? Do we know how they handle?
I don't. The only ones I know of is Williston, because a friend of mine, Bobby, used to work up there, and Heinsberg because I talk with Mike up at Heinsberg. So them are the only 2 that I know.
I mean, so this is, it sounds like a bigger issue to discuss in terms of personnel. But I do think it's a valid thing to talk about. I think what Brett said stands true. If you're expected to be on call, I think you should be compensated. It's a very different thing. It's easy, Jen, to say that it's in the job description, but that's a big thing. And I think we need to clarify what that means and compensate appropriately. And I think we can do that. We can look at what other municipalities do. And I think it only needs to be done for the winter season. That seems like the main time when you would be on call at any time, because I don't want a situation where someone, as Eric, described, like goes home, has dinner, has a few beers, is called, and then comes in, and then something happens because that employee was expected to be on call, thought they could handle it even with a couple of drinks, and then wasn't able to. That's not going to look good.
Okay, so my question then is, if you're going to start compensating, which is fine, I have no complaints. I'm just saying that, where's the line going to draw? So
Right.
if you say we're paying you to be on call and then they still don't follow the rules, then what do you do? Because if if Eric's talking about like, well, they wait till the end of the season and they give them a stipend, or they give them
Right.
extra vacation, or they give them whatever, like, how are you going to have some kind of evaluation or some kind of way to take this off? Because, I mean, the way that it works for Bruce is that, you have set hours that you're on call and you get paid, I think it's like 10% of your hourly rate to be on call for those hours. But because you're asking them to be on call for a weather-related item, what do we say? Well, it looks sunny tomorrow, so technically you're not on call, but, oh, the road iced over, so now, like, there's really no fine line that you can draw when it comes to weather. So you really, I mean, like Eric had suggested, kind of have to do some kind of stipend type of scenario. And then you say the max you can get is $300.
Right.
And if you can't come to any, like, what if people are on vacation? We have an instance where someone goes on vacation for a portion of this plow time. So how do we take that away? Because if he doesn't get called when he's on vacation. So, I mean, I just think there's a lot of, I'm not saying it shouldn't be considered. I'm just saying, I think
there's a lot to look at.
Different than you have to take a phone call. It's like, hey, it started to snow, or it's raining and icing and whatever. I just think it's a very difficult scenario to quantify like you could for something is all.
And the taking the phone call thing is a little bit different than the being on call, especially in the winter season. So again, it's like defining those things. But you're right; it's a lot to chew on to figure that out.
I guess I would leave the $600 in for the page, or like people were suggesting, and then continue this discussion and see if we can come up with something later on. And maybe for next year's, not this budget here, but maybe for next budget time, have something.
Yeah, this snowball has rolled down the hill. It's about the size of my house right now. We've been discussing for $600.
Well,
Eric, what I'd like you to do for the board, and Valerie can do also on her side with the VLTC, is when next time you have your foreman's meeting for Addison County, ask this question: what do you guys do for your help at the end of the year? Do you do anything, or do you say, hey, thanks a lot, and here's a $10 gift certificate? What you could ask. I can ask Kathleen Ramsey in Middlebury if they do anything for their highway crew.
Okay.
You could ask that at the meeting.
Ask what they do around what they do, and I know what one of them does.
Some may not be anything, and
yeah.
You don't know anybody on the board on Starksboro that can tell you what they do you?
Man, I don't know. I'd have to think about that one.
Yeah. Or you could go like Lincoln, just sub it all out.
Yeah.
Brett, do you have a follow-up comment?
They're going to be in a pickle up there.
They sure are.
Brett, did you have a follow-up comment?
Yes, and I was just waiting to be acknowledged. Of course, there's the other side of it. I mean, if there's currently not a problem, then there's nothing to address. I mean, if Eric can reach his people when he needs to reach them, that's the other way to look at it. I don't know what Eric does or how his crew works, and I would imagine if there was problems, you guys would already know about them. So certainly not looking to create any extra work for anyone, but when it comes to wearing a pager and that responsibility, there's usually something tied to it, and I just think that's something you should look into if that is a requirement of someone's position. So.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason why I brought it up this year, Brett, is because it was mentioned about basically they weren't wearing them, wanted to know if they could get, some type of stipend towards their cell phone bills. So I brought it
Okay.
up.
So they're
Yeah.
not doing what they're supposed to do. They're not doing what's in their
Yeah.
job description.
As of right now, no.
That's out of my scope.
No, but thanks for your thoughts on that, Brett.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So we beat that to death and we need to beat that some more. So,
Great.
do we move on to the highway general or do we have more garage stuff to discuss?
Oh, God.
I think the garage stuff, I think I'm good with the rest of the garage stuff, and unless you guys want to talk, basically to see what we're going to do with the new building.
Right.
So Eric, the maintenance line you were over.
Yeah, I'm going to be over this year too.
That garage doors, Eric,
What's
mostly for garage doors.
no, this year here, part of that bill, I think Jen, you can correct me, that was to do with the salt shed.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
So, but
Right.
I got
There'll be a
overhead doors supposedly coming down at some point. I don't know when. To tighten up these doors here to try to hold in some more heat if we can.
Okay, so you think $4,000 gonna be good for next year?
Yeah, because once we get these doors tightened up, I think we'll be good.
Okay. All
So-
right.
Eric, your 5489 to current, is that bill also for the salt shed, but we're going to get reimbursed for most of that, right, from insurance? Or no?
Yeah, we'll get the
Shaking her
money.
head,
But
yes.
it goes in a different account according to Jen, so I don't actually see it in that line item.
So that
but it goes into-
5489 won't adjust.
Nope,
Right,
it'll be
that is
revenue
staying-
offset.
There you go. Yeah, see, Jen and I go around and around on that. When I get reimbursed, it should go in the line item, but she tells me no.
Well, I have higher powers that tell me different.
Yes,
Aaron.
Okay, so highway general.
So I left this pretty much the same, if I remember right. I didn't really
You don't think-
adjust too much out of there.
You don't think the cost of your sand and salt and gravel is gonna be,
No, the gravel money I think is good because
That every other
we did
year, Eric?
2 years in one, so I think that'll be fine. The sand, we'll find out this year. He got into a new vein of sand this year, so this stuff is going through pretty quick right now. So Kale's gonna dial his door back and dial the bed chain back some. And the salt, I mean, in a perfect world, I'd like to go up another 5,000, but why? I just soon leave it the way it is. I mean,
well, 2 years ago you spent 80 grand, so that's why I'm asking.
Well, yeah, I know
Not
that,
sure.
but right now, the way the season's going this year, I shouldn't be using all my salt this year unless we come into a heck of a winter the second half.
Okay.
But Eric, your garage right now is full of, the salt shed is full, correct? Or pretty full?
Yeah. Yes. It's
$40,000.
right now.
Correct?
Huh?
At $40,000. This was an argument
Yes.
I always had with Peter at a family discussion was you got a full shed and he'd top it off. He'd spend his 20,000 more and you'll do the same thing in May.
Yep.
You really started with a full shed the following year. So, well, I guess my question is, does it need to be 60? You probably won't spend 60,000 this year. On this,
If the wind goes like it is now, I won't spend the 60,000. No.
or you won't empty that shed, so to speak.
Right. There's a chance I might not if it doesn't get any worse than what the
Unless
winter
we
is
push it
doing
out the
right
back door.
now. Right. We reclaimed that salt. Out the
Yeah,
back
I know
door.
you did. Well, I guess I'm saying is, so realistically, without putting any more into it, if you, in last day of March and you need some last load and it's down in the corner and you fill it, really don't need to add 20,000 more to start out next year. That should be,
No, that's why I said that 60,000 should probably be good.
right, okay.
Because if I do more than what's in there now, which chances are I'll probably put in a couple more loads, but if I got 20,000 to spend in May or April, I'll spend it, and that'll get me a start for next year.
Why was the gravel over so much in fiscal
Right.
20?
FEMA.
FEMA.
Okay. And here again, we got reimbursed for that, but Jen puts that in a different category.
We didn't get
Right.
reimbursed for that yet. Hold your horses.
Not yet.
That's why.
Not yet.
But yes, it has to go to a revenue account. It won't offset. It can't offset.
Okay.
Stroke of a key. Stroke of a key.
What's your signs? What signs are you getting?
Signs are like road signs,
Street signs.
street signs, road work ahead signs that I gotta buy 2 more road work ahead signs because the ones that we got now they're coming apart and they need to be updated.
Okay.
And basically that's what the sign line is for.
Okay.
Posts, sleeves.
Yeah.
The signs that Joel wants up.
I do, where?
The ones down on the light.
Oh. You mean the one that says no parking on the street when light is flashing and you can pull up at 10:30 and the yellow light, the street lights are flashing?
No, the one that says no parking when the yellow no parking symbol is on.
That's right.
Doesn't say the parking symbol.
It does.
Yeah, it
It
does.
does.
Yeah,
It does. I saw that this morning because I thought about that. It actually it's not as clear, but it does. The symbol is right there, so it is.
I
Yeah.
got them changed for you.
Oh, good. Oh, you got it changed.
Oh, that's
Good.
new. Oh,
That's
excellent.
new now. Okay. Thank you.
Good. Put up your sign budget even higher then. Let's get some more signs.
So Eric, I have a question on your ditching. You're jumping it up to $2,000. Do you have
Yeah,
something planned?
No. The reason for that is the new state rule, so to speak, is any ditch that you opened up now has to be covered back up within 7 days. So depending on how much ditching I do, it doesn't take long to use up that money for stone or
Okay.
grass seed or whatever, whatever I use to put the ditches back. Lincoln Road, just for an example, when we did Lincoln Road and we grass seeded that all back up, that was $5,000 to hydro seed that.
Okay.
Eric, your guardrail line, we've talked for years about, I see you did increase it $1,000, about trying to get some more guardrail on the Upper Notch Road.
Yep.
We talked about it on our tour.
Yep.
What does $1,000 buy us more? I mean, does it buy us 100 feet? 500
No.
feet?
No.
Oh.
It might buy 50 to 60 feet. That's expensive to put guardrails up.
Even the used stuff that we put up from Blackfield.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
That section that's up on the Upper Notch now, that alone up there that was the whole budget. That was actually a little more. It was $2,700 to put that set of guardrails in the Upper Notch that are there now.
Yeah, 26, 20, 60, 20 cents or $20.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was. Yep.
If we could possibly put another 1,000 to that, I would like to see that. I mean, I'm not, if the budget's not going to go way completely out of whack, I'd like to see us get some more. I mean, I think of the ATV exit we went up in the Upper Notch. If somebody hadn't gone by and watched him go down over that hill, I don't think they'd ever found that guy. I mean, and we talked about we should be guardrail more on that hill. And I know it's an accident, and accidents are just what they are, but we've recognized it on the board for a number of years that we don't spend enough in guardrails, and I'd like to see really make a concentrated effort in doing that.
Well, with good reason if they cost that much.
When you can only $1,000 get you 50 feet, 60 feet. Yeah. You see why we don't put up a lot.
Great.
You could double that budget and we still wouldn't catch up.
No. The
Well,
way
you
the
can have
budget,
$1,000 in there and we can look, when we review it again, we might have to take it back out.
Right.
I'm gonna say, if you wanted to keep it the same, I'd be willing to drop 1,000 on chloride, because I still, next year, the way it's going right now, I should have a credit on chloride, so if you want to drop that down to 19 to make up the 1,000 for the guide rails, I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Your contracted services line, what does that entail, or what does that include? Is that stuff that like you work with Scion? Like if we have to
No,
hire them to do stuff?
That's for like if I hire Mastersons or Peakers to truck, or to dig or whatever. That's what that's for.
Okay. And did you go over, like a couple of years ago when you were at 23, did that have to do with the
Probably to do with FEMA.
FEMA? Okay. So
Eric,
Jen, you have a note on that one.
Yeah, I think it was just in reference to
The rented machine, Jen.
renting the machines and
Okay.
that switch there.
Okay.
Eric, could I get you to move that general permits? Looks like you haven't spent that in years. Maybe make that 2,000 and put another 1,000 into that guardrail line.
That's
Stop,
something
Joel.
Valerie would have to do.
Stop.
I'm not raising the budget, Michelle. I'm moving some money around.
Hey,
Yeah, but we increased other stuff up.
I haven't asked. He's lowered $1,000 on the chloride, and we put that in the guardrail and put another 1,000 in the guardrail and take it out of here. I didn't ask for more money.
That's
My
something
point,
Joey
we had
would
no
have to ask
raise.
Valerie.
We haven't talked about raises yet either.
Okay.
Valerie, what's your thought on that permit one?
I thought I saw an invoice just recently for stormwater. Jen, does the stormwater permitting come out of this?
I don't know. I don't code that bill, so I don't know.
I don't code any permits, so I don't know where they go or what they are.
Unless it was a specific stormwater for the fire department, but I don't know. I haven't seen a stormwater bill.
It's an annual
Yeah, there's an annual fee.
fee.
Right.
And that's per mile road in it. Speaker.
I don't know if it's from, I don't know how
People's
they base it.
stormwater bond payment is here, 227,000.
Yeah, that's different.
That's different.
Maybe we can make a note to come back to that.
So we'll leave it. We're gonna leave it at 3 for now, or is that what you're
Yeah,
suggesting?
there's
Val?
some
We'll come back?
there's an A&R permit that we have to pay every year, but I don't know what it is.
And it's related to that municipal roads general permit. And there's actually 2 separate fees, I think. I'll have to look back.
Okay,
I mean,
so
I'm just looking at last year was 1350. And this year to date, I realize I don't go much about that because it could come in late.
I think they delayed implementing a certain fee structure last year.
And that may be why we didn't
lately.
spend any the year before. They told us it was coming, so we put it in there and it didn't come.
okay. So we have the stormwater bond
Which
South
South
Street
Street Bridge you guys paid off,
paid off, right?
but then the USDA, the West Street project, which should be in here and is not. I think that's around 15,000. Is that? I think, but I have to double check that figure.
And is that the stormwater component?
Correct.
So is that the one we're paying tonight, Jen? The people's for,
Oh yeah, the stormwater on the 2010 one, yeah.
that's 27.5?
Is that all it's, is that
Says
all that,
$27,533.81 here.
right? Because the
People's United
state,
Bank stormwater bond.
yes, the state gave us, it's because that's through the state revolving loan fund. They sent a letter with it saying that you could pay your principal only this year if, or nothing if you wanted to forego a year due to COVID.
So,
And I had chatted with Peter and just said I felt like it wasn't, since we had budgeted the money, I felt like it wasn't worth getting a year behind,
yeah.
not paying it and just staying on track. But I mean, I guess that certainly could be up for discussion if you guys wanted to pull it out of the bills and not pay.
No, I guess my question is line 63 and 65 the same project?
No.
No.
What's the stormwater bond of 210? What is that?
I assume that's your big dig on North Street, but Peter.
That was from Mountain Street School of Bristol Elementary all the way down through, wasn't it? That
2010.
remember when
That was
Munson did the big dig?
I was thinking the big dig wasn't that North Street?
Yeah.
Well, North
But it
Street
went
up
all the way
Spring, up Spring
Oh,
Street
okay.
to the school.
Okay. And yes.
Okay,
what
that's one.
That's what I was assuming it was.
And that's a long, many years on that one.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, it's two different projects, Joel. You're right.
okay.
Okay, is that the end of Eric's budget?
That's the end of Eric. And then here's his revenues, it looks like.
Yep, I added revenues in. And today I added the revenue from the state. That's their updated formula, their most current formula based upon our mileage.
Okay.
I'm in favor of rounding numbers up to like the nearest tenth. So get rid of the twos. Make them zeros.
Do you mean 99,980?
Yeah, or 970.
But we won't get that money, so.
We don't get that what, Jen?
I mean, we won't get that revenue, right? So it'll make it look like we didn't, if we just round for our own figures. Are we just, I guess if this is an exact number, should we leave it as an exact number?
Could, just trying to simplify.
Or do we round down and then make it look like we did well? Always looking for a silver.
Yeah, but if you look at that revenues number, that's a lot lower than the expenses number.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
that's
it.
good.
Let's just leave it for now.
Yeah, I'd leave it. Exact number is nice.
Makes everybody think you work to get it.
Right.
So Jen, can you scroll back? Are the equipment use and that, are those on target?
So equipment use, I have to talk to Eric again. He told me once and I forgot, but we need to, that's like for billing the water department for the use of the equipment when they work together. So there's some billing that's undone in that respect. And then the miscellaneous will jump up here because everyone will start applying for their overweight permits because they'll expire.
Okay.
So a number probably isn't super accurate at the moment, but it'll get there.
Okay. Anything else for anybody on this budget?
Just, Eric or Jen, where did the grader payment come in? Has that been paid for?
The capital equipment plan.
Okay.
And that's paid off.
Correct.
There's a copy of that on the website if you folks want to go there.
Put what on the website, Valerie? Didn't hear you.
The capital plan, the highway capital plan, as part of this budget item or agenda item.
Well, it's 9:20 and we still got Brett up.
Right.
Yeah, let's hold off on that.
Okay.
All right. So if you're
Okay.
good with Eric, I'm gonna stop my share so I can pull up Brett.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Fire department pinned.
So we don't have a copy of Brett's budget, correct?
No, not on the website.
Okay.
Share screen. Share. Okay, there's Brett. Okay. Oh. There you go.
All right, so I have a crying child behind me, so just bear with me. Are you guys ready for me?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So if I may just preface the beginning of this budget conversation, obviously if you haven't noticed already, there's a significant increase in the labor line, which I'd like to speak to you folks about. But if we may, I'd like to move past that line and just go through the other lines, and then we'll come back and have that conversation. Fine with me.
Mm-hmm.
Does that work for you guys?
Yes.
Yep.
So, okay. Sorry, I got multiple screens going here, so if you're looking at the side of my head, that's why. All right. So Valerie and or Jen, they plugged in a few numbers for me that I just don't have access to, such as what looks like our FICA is going up significantly, like 50% almost. So that's a significant increase, but something I guess we do not have any control over, correct, Valerie?
What I did was I took the 55,000 and multiplied it by 7.75%.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's where that comes from. Understood. Thank you. Fire dues, you can see a decrease in those, as I'm not planning to pursue the National Volunteer Fire Council dues that we put in for last year. Next several items we're looking to level fund. Obviously training, we haven't spent much in this current fiscal year, and but that dollar amount, you know, as we get closer to the end of the fiscal year, there are other items, other possible training type equipment that we could potentially justify some expenditures on using that. You know, due to COVID, in-person training, as an example, annual regional fire schools that occur typically in the springtime aren't occurring, which chew up usually a large portion of that. So hopefully next year at this time, we won't be dealing with this any longer, I hope. But however, I would like to continue level funding the training budget as is. Moving down the OSHA line, same. Most of those expenses come towards the end of the fiscal year as we perform annual flow testing on our SCBA units, SCBA mass fit testing, etc. You know, these are just annual requirements that OSHA says we need to do. Our fire supplies line, that $9,000, that's pretty much, hate to use the description a catch-all, but you know, if we don't have a line to code something to, that is what it gets coded to. So that's a line I pay close attention to as the year goes on, and apply items, purchases towards it accordingly. Electricity, again, I looked to Valerie for some numbers. Obviously, we're just getting started on the winter months, but as you can imagine, use of the facility by the public, which may, you know, contribute. I think the expenses would be minor if you actually went back and did a study, but you know, when the lights are on a little bit more and maybe the heat's turned up a little bit more, but you know, currently there's no public use happening at the fire station. Propane, I know we went down last year, plan on level funding it again this year, 6,000. You know, that $4,200 we've spent already the current fiscal year. I don't know where we're at in our tank over there, that 1,000-gallon tank. That's a 1,000-gallon tank over there on the ground. You know, how many more times is that going to?
Yeah.
2,000, thank you. So obviously it doesn't take but a fill to put that number over 6,000, but certainly a conversation we can have with Jackman's, who provides our LP.
And Brett, the number in there right
Yeah.
now is a pre-buy number, just so you're aware.
Okay,
We
excellent.
pre-bought, so they tell us.
See, that's why you're here.
So we won't really know till the end of the year where you sorted yourself out, because if you go over, we'll have to pay. So, but that's
Okay.
just a starting figure, just so you are aware.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's why I look to you guys. Gas and oil, again, due to COVID, we did see a significant decrease in calls for service volume back in the late winter, springtime, as people were, dormant, if you will. They were, shut up in their homes and weren't moving. Vehicle crashes weren't occurring. There was a less likelihood for an emergency, which is a good thing. I know it lessened our anxiety on the emergency services front by not having to respond back in a time when we didn't know what we were dealing with. So, but I think it's safe. Looking at the previous year, we could reduce that by several $100s and be okay next year. So I'd like to move forward with that decrease. The telephone, again, I'm looking to the town offices for those numbers. I don't even see a phone bill throughout the year. Those obviously get coded by the administrative staff. They obviously know what we have. I think we're all under the same account, so they know how many phones we have. Dispatching services, this is just a good topic for a quick discussion. So the new town manager in Shelburne reached out to myself. Currently we pay on a per call basis. If I was to guess, I don't have the number in front of me. I want to say it's like $36 per call. Every time we're dispatched, that's what they charge us. And so last year's number, well, you can see what it is. It's $4,500. So that was, based on anticipated call volumes. So they're trying to get their books in order, and they would like to move forward with set fees on an annual basis, opposed to doing this per call. So based on the amounts of calls the Bristol Fire Department is dispatched to, this is the number they came up with for this first year. I posed the question about, can we expect like a 3% increase every year? And he didn't say yes, but he didn't say no. But this is a very fair number considering previous years. If you look back, what we've been paying for dispatching. So, and for budgeting purposes, having this set fee just makes things that much easier. So that's what we're looking at for the FY 21-22 budget year, $3,700 for dispatching services.
I like the sense.
Yeah, no. Anytime something goes down, that's a good thing.
What they used to do in the past was you didn't know till the end of the year because they took their call volume and then they divvied it up, their budget, to everybody and they split the calls. So now what they're doing is taking and telling you what you're going to pay ahead of time, and they know what their budget is. So that works.
Yeah, no, it does work. I think it's a good thing. I'm sure it's a great thing for them, and it's a good thing for us for planning purposes. The Fire Active 911, that's the dispatching app. So when we are dispatched by Shelburne, our phones, each firefighter who has a smartphone, they have an app on their phone which it activates their phone. There's mapping features, hydrant locations, Knox box information. It's a very useful tool. It's $13 per phone. So that's what that $455 reflects. So that's why there's a little increase there. That's based on 35 phones, I think, if I did the math right. I mean, we also, in addition to the firefighters, we also have, we have 2 tablets at the fire stations, which are in each of our engines, which have an app on them. So there's a subscription with those. We have the monitor in the apparatus bay, and we pay the $13 fee for Shelburne. So that's what that $455 reflects, those subscriptions. Building maintenance, looking to level funds. Mowing, again, I look to the town. You guys do the contracting with whomever. And so those numbers seem to have worked out the last couple of years. Obviously, we have a couple mowings and spring cleanup coming to deal with still before the start of the new fiscal year. Custodial, we have significant things to do before the end of the fiscal year. And I'm sure, like many of us department heads, we just trying to be responsible. We tend to wait to the end of the fiscal year before even though we have a budget for them, like I already know, our apparatus line, maintenance line, this number you guys are looking at down at the bottom of this page, that number is not accurate anymore. Add another $1,000 or $1,500 to that already, and we're only halfway through the year. So, but anyway, yeah. So custodial things coming up, annual services. Those are things like compressor services, air vac system service, pumping of wastewater tanks, etc. They're all sprinkler testing, fire extinguisher testing, all those just annual things that have to get done. Elevators.
Generator.
What's that?
Generators in there too, testing?
Yep, generators. Yep, absolutely. Generac. So we pay, the town has, I think, one contract or service agreement with Generac, and we pay our share for the fire station generator. Yep. Again, I look to the town administrator for the workman's comp and accident and disability, property and casualty insurance, water fees. Again, I don't have those numbers, but it's like that's what we can expect. The hose replacement, we're about on par with that. Tower lease agreement. So this number, you see a slight increase because per our agreement with, well, they were CTI towers. I don't know the name of them.
IWG.
Thank you, IWG. They that goes up 3% every year. For those of you who are new to the board, we had a 5-year agreement with this company to utilize space on the tower that you see here in Bristol. And that 5 years automatically renews, and it will automatically renew up to, I think it's 4 or 5 additional times, for the next 20 or 25 years. And like I said, it automatically renews. So if we want to make a change, which I know we've had some discussions about looking into other options, but it's a 6-month notice to cancel. So we're 2 years into a current 5-year agreement. I've already put this on the deputy chief's radar as he's responsible for communications equipment. I have some numbers built into a capital plan that you folks will be seeing here in a little bit. There's going to be some work, possibly some type of feasibility study done. What are our options? Maybe this is the best option, but we do know that that number goes up 3% every year. And over time, that's going to just keep getting more and more expensive. We, the fire department, the town, have been extremely fortunate that only in the last 7 years have we paid for space on that tower. In the previous 30 years, we paid nothing. Whereas the Bristol Rescue Squad, that private entity, has been paying all those years. So this worked out well for us. And I did add, I was just saying to Valerie, literally minutes before this meeting began, I forgot to account for the annual, it's either $250 or $300 fee we pay, the town of Bristol Fire Department pays to utilize the Chipman Hill repeater site, which is located in Middlebury. So that is our backup repeater site. So we do not have backup here in Bristol, because when this new company came in and built that beautiful new tower, we were no longer tied to their backup power up there. I mean, if you want it, you pay for it up there, bottom line. We used to use their electricity. Nope, we had to put in our own electricity, our own meter. I think Beaker dug that line. But anyway, we do not have any backup power. So when the power goes out in that area, we're only notified about it via a text message from Green Mountain Power. And as soon as we get that notification, the chief officers, we immediately turn around and have to notify our dispatch center to switch over repeaters so they're able to communicate with us and dispatch us for an emergency. So it's a workaround. It's not ideal. It would be nice to have backup power, where it just, when it fails, the primary, it just automatically connects. But something we need to think about in the future. So again, that number reflects a 3% increase in the tower lease plus the $250 or $300 payment towards the Middlebury site.
Brett, is the electricity for that tower in our electrical bill or in the tower lease bill?
It's in it's an electrical bill. So
Okay.
at one time we were, I think we get actually a separate electrical bill. It's one of those things I don't see anymore. But Jen says thumbs up, she pays them. So, but it is a separate bill, Jen, still. It's minimal, probably like 30 something bucks a month.
20, 30 bucks max, but it's definitely a separate bill.
Yep, okay. Excuse me. Fire radios repair. I know we've chewed up most of that. I know we just received 3 new pagers. You know, our pagers to outfit our, our 35 firefighters. Those have maintained a very a similar price over the years. You know, they're around $450 a pager, and I usually get some pretty good life out of them. But they do require replacement. They do require service. When one goes in for service, it's an automatic $100 just to have it serviced. But again, we have to replace these things. The grant funding that has been available in past years from Vermont's Homeland Security Grant Program that we, the town of Bristol Fire Department, took full advantage of and did very well on, ran out a long time ago as they've shifted priorities. So those are items I have in the back of my head, which I'm always thinking about, all right, how are we going to replace this if there are no other funding streams? And certainly we will be looking at other possible grants once we get through the current AFG grant we're in right now.
Brett, can I ask a question about pagers?
Of course.
So is this,
you can ask anything you want.
this is in addition to the 911 app that everybody has on their phone? I mean, what's the difference between the two that you use them for?
Oh, you're talking about pagers versus the phones, Michelle?
Right, versus the app.
Well, as was noted in that conversation with the Public Works crew, phones are not a reliable thing in the state of Vermont, bottom line. What it does is it provides some redundancy.
Okay.
Where before unless you were in range of our repeater, our tower, where it would trip your pager, you're not aware of things. And, perhaps now today where others who work outside of town, outside of the county even, they're being alerted to any call. And those who are able to, I mean, if you have a significant event that's going to be several hours in duration, I mean, every person on deck, I've left Waterbury for calls before. Granted, I'm not leaving for something, based on experience, they're probably only going to be there 30 minutes. But if it's something significant and, my presence or presence of others is of value to that particular incident, I can go, and now I know about it. So it's nice. But like I said, also, Michelle, that active 911 map is so much more than just the alerting feature. It has all our Knox box location information, has all our hydrants, our dry hydrants mapped, and it's just being at the fire station when an alarm comes in, especially during those hours of the day where you might not have a solid crew, like 3 o'clock in the afternoon when people are still at their place of employment, and you're looking to your left and to your right, and you're like, all right, I don't see a qualified operator yet. Do I need to call mutual aid? And all I do is I pick my head up or look at my phone. I'm like, there's Pete Coffey's coming down the road. I'm literally watching him come down the road.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Do you see a point where you will eventually be able to get rid of your pagers?
Michelle, I would love to. Absolutely. But you know what? Until Vermont changes their rules around towers, we're going to rely on our pagers. So,
okay.
Yep. And certainly, Michelle, I wrestle with that one. I do. Because half the department actively uses it, because when an alarm comes in, you actually touch a button. I'm available. I'm responding. I'm unavailable. And yeah, on average, half the department uses that function. And so you certainly can make the argument to cut that in half, like per Eric's point about the pagers earlier, if you're not going to use it, why are we going to pay for it? I certainly, I hate to use the word threaten, but you know, I've said to folks in the last couple of years, like, we're going to stop paying for these things if you guys are going to use them, because it's such valuable real-time information
Right.
to know who's coming.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay.
Equipment maintenance. That's, you know, maintaining hydraulic tools, repair of SCBA units. Somebody have a question? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I heard something. Moving on down, we obviously don't have a bond payment on either of those two pumpers, which is a good thing. We have our fire station bond payment, and Jen clarified for me today. I was just curious about the dollar figure in which the town has already paid this fiscal year, and obviously we have principal still to pay. Right, Jen?
Interest, sorry.
Interest, I'm sorry, interest payment.
Second.
Yep. So, fire prevention, you know, you can look at past history. I thought it was worth upping that $100. We have been spending that the last few years. We have a very successful fire prevention program, great relationship with the elementary school, all thanks to the work of Deputy Chief Eric Foran. So, but that is certainly a good investment, that $500 right there into our community. The miscellaneous, I had never known what this is for, but I'm told to keep it there. So until somebody tells me to take it out, so I don't know what that $200 is for, but it's there.
It's a placeholder.
Uniforms. It's a placeholder, I guess. Yeah. So the uniforms, we do have some apparel coming in. We have taken on some new firefighters. Again, as we get towards the end of the year, we'll start to draw some of that down. That's one of the line items I cut a year ago. I thought, well, I guess I didn't. Yeah, I did cut it. So, and perhaps we'll see how we end up at the end of this fiscal year, and perhaps that's one of those lines we could cut again next year. The PPE line, again, we have a few bucks left in that line. We're holding out to the end of the fiscal year. It's just kind of a current practice, so we can get a good order in at one time. What we end up doing is the vendor comes to do the fittings. We order, you know, if we have funding for, you know, 3 sets of turnout gear, well, we'll finish that up, and then we'll also apply some of that towards the beginning of the next fiscal year, just to take advantage of that opportunity when the vendor is here. It typically takes 3 months to manufacture a set of firefighters turnout gear. Yeah, these days it's anywhere from 6 to 9 months. So, and it's all related to COVID. So, not telling you guys anything you don't know if you order anything today online. And then the fire apparatus service, you know, that's very pleased that we upped it when we did several years ago. We've definitely spent that and then some most years. But I think it's just that it's the cost of servicing these vehicles when something breaks on them, and it's and I get these invoices and I just about drop to my knees. You know, I'm just not used to those types of numbers when it comes to repairing a vehicle, but I guess that's what it costs. I mean,
that's something I think you keep that number where it is, Brett, but I got to have a private conversation with you, because I've got some options for you that I think will get you within that number fairly easily. But that's a conversation I'll have with you in private.
Sounds good. Always open to saving a few bucks. It's one of the most difficult pieces is the pump piece. You know, that there's a lot of great local mechanics around here, right here in Bristol. And we've certainly been outsourcing the general maintenance of our vehicle, you know, kind of that routine type maintenance to those local people. But when it comes to actually servicing those pumps and things that go along with them, you know, like the closest place is over in Latham, New York. So not convenient at all. It takes a truck out of service usually for a week or two at a time. So PS Tracks, that's our inventory tracking software. I just can't even emphasize what an amazing, awesome investment that is. I mean, you could say we're a paperless fire department, absolutely. Everything we do, every piece of equipment this town owns associated with your fire department is tracked in that system to include, its serial numbers, who it's issued to. Every time a piece of equipment is utilized and returned to service, it's checked and rechecked and inspected. We have regular monthly equipment and apparatus inspections that are documented. This past year, they made available a station module. So we took advantage of that. That's why it went over. So all the things we used to do on paper to manage the maintenance of the fire station, the things we, the firefighters, are kind of expected to do, that's all documented in there now. So, when a firefighter comes over and they do their share of cleaning, let's just say they took the floor scrub machine and did the apparatus bay floor, they document it and an alert is sent to their company officer letting them know they did it. It's just an amazing tool because all equipment is associated with a particular position because officers each have responsibility for certain types of equipment. So whenever something goes wrong, a firefighter creates an alert. That officer is notified that there's something wrong so they can address it immediately. I think it's very economical, that expense for what we get in return. So anyway, unless there's any questions on those items, I'd like to go back up to the top of the page.
I just have a couple, actually a question.
Yeah.
Knowing that we're maybe a couple of months away from putting the final design and stamp, hopefully by February before town meeting, you'll be ordering a truck that the board, you've been keeping the board up to snuff on, and hopefully it'll be there in 13 months, maybe. So if we're looking for a new truck by April of 22, will we have to be, I know it's crystal ball you got to look into, but will we have to have some money in there for initial bond payment if we don't have enough in the capital equipment?
So that's a great question. Obviously, again, like you said, we don't have a crystal ball. I think if we definitely, I know it's the working group's goal to come before the town's equipment committee and present everything to the board. The goal is to order a truck before town meeting day, and the reason is for that. Well, to start with, they've been working on this going on a year now because it's just been that much work. But we want to, the Bristol Fire Department wants to be prioritized in the manufacturing of a new truck where, many communities like we used to are going to be waiting to town meeting day for a bond payment to be approved so they can proceed with an order of a vehicle. We want to get our order in now because we are hearing, could be more like 18 months, Joel, before we see a new vehicle.
I just want to make sure we have you might be 4 or 5 months before your next budget a year from now we're talking about will take effect. And you're saying, well, we're going to Bristol, we're delivering your new truck April 1st, 2022, and you've got 650 in the bank and it's 675. Where does the extra 25 come from? Do we budget something in there? And I don't know the answer.
Well, and that'll actually, that's it. Like I said, it's a great question, and we'll visit that when I just throw up the capital equipment plans, which have gone through some modifications because I have an ask of the select board something I want to discuss with you folks. I just kind of want to plant a seed tonight with you. It's not about asking for more money; it's about moving money. So, but anyway, yes. So, and Joel, we do, and it's been a part of our plan all along. The fiscal year, we have budgeted the purchase of a new piece of fire apparatus in our capital apparatus plan. That same fiscal year in the capital equipment plan, there's money allocated for specific types of equipment that need to be purchased for a new vehicle. I'm not in favor of buying all new equipment just because I want it to be shiny and new, because there's nothing wrong with the equipment we have now. But as an example, there's a few ladders we need to buy that we currently don't have in our inventory for this new vehicle. There's some new fire hose we need that we don't have, and we'll need to replace some nozzles, things like that. But yes, that money is definitely, we have money set aside, and it's been a part of our plan for the last 5 or 6 years since we put this in motion.
And maybe that's where we'll put it. If we need an extra 25 to make the first bond payment or the last bond payment, so to speak, it would come out of the capital fire equipment line and not out of your general budget.
Oh, yeah, well, it certainly was never the plan, the intent to, I mean, that's why we went away from bonding. So, because bonding, does a number on your operating budget, with those numbers fluctuating as they did. If you take as an example, the last payment on the pumper tanker, $30,000, all of a sudden that goes away, and that's quite a decrease in your budget. So I think the town did a great job when they supported these capital plans that we have in place, and we're heading down a path of being able to replace our trucks and having the money to do that. So set aside to do that.
Okay. And Michelle, to your pager question is, to me, why I say wouldn't get rid of pages, because there's a lag time between you get a page for a fire call and you get it on your phone, probably anywhere from 30 seconds to could be up to a minute. And as you know, responding in an emergency, every second counts. So.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Michelle, that's you would think when I'm talking in the simplest terms here, when they push a button on their dispatching console in Shelburne to dispatch us, you would think that button would be connected somehow to that application on your phone, but it's not. That's a manual task that the dispatcher has to perform still.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
yeah. So, yeah, any other questions besides the labor line?
No, I think you did a good job.
Thank you. So I do. I want to preface this conversation about this labor line by saying I have no expectation here this evening that this would be supported. I simply am putting this number out there. If you recall, those of you who were on the board at the time, it's been almost 3 years now. We visited the conversation regarding the Fair Labor Standard Act and coming into compliance with that. So what that number reflects that you're looking at, that increase of, I don't know.
You got to pull it down. I can't see it. Sorry.
Can you pull your screen down a little bit?
Me? This way? Like that?
Yeah, I can see it, but
there we go.
Can go.
Okay.
No,
Sorry.
I was halfway up the.
Can you see it, Peeker?
Yeah, I got it now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
so the current fiscal year's labor budget is $37,200, and the proposed is $55,200. So that $37,200 in the current fiscal year we're in, what that money is I think it's budgeted. There's 2,400 hours, calls for service hours. So Darla, Ian, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the fire department and how we are compensated. So I'll just take a minute to talk about it. So firefighters in the town of Bristol were classified as paid on-call firefighters. And so we receive, when an alarm comes in and we respond, we receive the state of Vermont's minimum wage for service. And actually, it's usually rounded up. Like we get $11 an hour right now. I don't know what minimum wage is, $10.75 maybe, $10.92, something like that. Anyway, we get $11 an hour per call. So if you respond to an emergency, your name ends on that incident report because you contributed to that emergency, you get credit. And when we're dispatched to an emergency, Bristol firefighters, they are compensated currently automatically 1 hour's pay, whether they're there 15 minutes or 55 minutes, they're currently getting compensated that full $11. And anything after the first hour, we're paid in 15-minute increments. So in addition to those hours for our calls for service, annually, your officers get an appropriation, a stipend, if you will, for all their additional duties, and it's all based on rank and responsibility. Your officer stipends are currently $10,550 for your 9. Can't even think how many. 4, 6. Yeah, there's 9 of us, 9 officers. That's what you pay for your 9 officers, and trust me, you get your money's worth. Those guys do a heck of a lot of work. But anyway, so that current number, that $37,200, reflects emergency hours, and your officer stipends. So, according to the Fair Labor Standard Act, because we're paid an hourly rate and the town of Bristol considers us employees of the town, you know, we have to follow all the same, we have to follow town policies and submit W-2s and all that fun stuff that goes along with being an employee. And because you pay us an hourly rate, you have created the employee-employer relationship. When you create an employer-employee relationship, you pay them on an hourly basis. You are required to pay them for all their work that they're required to do within the scope of their job. So, so 3 years ago, when I went to the board with this information, I gave them a few options to kind of just look at, consider, and because you could go in a different direction. But that $55,000, that's 2,200 hours of calls for service hours. That's what I'm figuring for the next fiscal year. So that's 200 hours less than last year. Your stipends are there, same level fund those. Training. So per the Vermont Fire Service Training Council, Vermont, our firefighters that hold certifications, and I consider all our firefighters certified regardless. But anyway, the Vermont Fire Academy requires 24 hours annually of continuing education. They specify what some of that is, and however, that 24 hours is very specific to what they consider, you know, like your firefighter 1 or firefighter 2 type certification. As you know, in Bristol, we obviously offer other services. We have, pumping apparatus driver operators that require special training, and we provide vehicle extrication or heavy rescue services, which require additional training. So I use the number of 32 hours per firefighter annually, and came up with a figure of, and that's times $12 an hour, because the minimum wage goes up. So that's $13,440 to pay your firefighters for their required training. You know, as this topic has come up many times over the years about, you know, will we ever be compensated for training? You know, it's a very sensitive subject. You know, I listen to all the ideas that come in, but you know, we have to be very conservative in an approach, because you know, we have firefighters that go way above and beyond, which is awesome. You know, they continue to learn, and that's great. And I'm not saying we don't want to pay people for other training, they do, but if this is what the minimum, is this what the state and the town says you got to have to be a Bristol firefighter, then you know, that's where I came up with a number. You know, if somebody wants to go take a 12-hour course on a weekend, that's great. Again, would I like to be able to pay them for it if it's within their scope of work? Certainly. But this is just the starting point. And obviously, you know, if a firefighter wants to go take high angle rescue training as an example, well, we don't offer that service in Bristol. It's not within your scope of work. It's great that you're enthusiastic and want to learn something about it, but we couldn't justify paying a firefighter for training on a service we don't provide in this town.
Brett, can I ask a question?
Yeah. Sure, of course.
Are we out of compliance then as the state of Vermont is concerned? And is there a consequence for that? Referencing an email that came from Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns when this conversation was occurring back in January of 18, I mean, they checked with their attorneys, and according to the email, we're currently, per our policies, the way they are written, yes, we are out of compliance, absolutely. Okay. But there is no penalty.
And one other item, I'm sorry,
sorry.
Yara, go ahead.
I'm sorry, there is no penalty that's levied for that though?
So there's no penalty, Darla, that I'm aware of. With this, why this all came about is there were statements being made about, oh, well, I'm going to go after the town. You know, if you're going to make me do this, well, you're going to pay me for everything. And yeah, if somebody wanted to make a deal out of it, they could go back and say, you're going to pay me for the last 10 years of training I did.
Right. No, I was just trying to figure out, are we paying it somewhere else already? And I was just looking at it in that respect. I wasn't,
Yeah.
I wasn't digging.
No, and well, that's why everything, anything would come up, it's
Mhm.
because we learn. And then of course, when somebody brought this up, I wasn't aware of this. So I did
Right.
my own research and I'm like, oh, wow. I did not know this.
Mhm.
So, and
But-
so yes.
Just to clarify, if they go to a training, the fire department pays for that training, registration and stuff. We're just not paying them their hourly
Their time.
to attend.
Correct. Yes. If a firefighter wants to attend, as an example, a regional fire school, that's what our training line is for, is to pay for those registration fees. Yes, Michelle, absolutely. I mean, granted, there's training opportunities out there that could cost us lots of money, hundreds of dollars or even thousands. And, those are just conversations we have internally before we approve anything like that. It's usually never a problem. But yeah, so we're talking simply about the compensation of a person's time for their required training. That's what we're talking about specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And the one other item that's incorporated into that, $5,000 of that number, $5,040 to be specific. So firefighters are also required as part of their job on a monthly basis to perform equipment and apparatus inspections. So I put down an hour for 35 firefighters times 12 months, and that's times $12. That's where I came up with the $5,040. So, but like the staff meetings, I can't compensate a firefighter for a staff meeting because we're not required to have them. We don't have to have a staff meeting. We have them because it's a great way to share information and see our folks and have dinner together. Well, we haven't not having dinner right now. I wish we were, but we're not. But anyway, it's not required. So, again, this all comes down to what is required versus what isn't required. So that number reflects, in my opinion, based on my research and what we are expected to do, that's the minimum if you were to comply with the Fair Labor Standard Act, what we would be have to come up with on an annual basis.
So
again,
if minimum,
oh, go ahead.
sorry, if minimum wage changes, that number will also go up significantly, correct?
As minimum wage change. So minimum wage is scheduled to go up in January to $11.75 an hour.
Mhm.
So I rounded up. I went to $12 an hour. So all my figures were based on $12 an hour.
Right, but I know that there's
that quarter.
Yeah, I know that there's talk at the legislature about a livable wage and what that might look like, if that's $15 an hour or whatever that might be. That's kind of what's in the back of my mind. That happens, then this number really goes up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely. There's a potential for a significant impact there. And I think it's also important to say, because I haven't said it yet, I don't know of any Bristol firefighter that does this for a paycheck. I'm simply all about staying in compliance with rules and regulations, whether they're local, state, or feds. But yeah, people, they don't show up for a paycheck. They get a few $100 a year for going to calls. I'd like to think they're happy about it. It's a little extra money to put in their pocket. We're talking, I would say on average, a firefighter, who's, a regular participant at calls for service, they probably take home annually, what, Jen? $600-700, something like that. We're paid twice a year.
Right. Paid twice a year based on calls. And that's probably more closer towards your officer pay, right? Than it would be for just I was trying to think off the top of my head.
How do you think I vacation in the islands every year?
Oh, vacation.
I don't want to know where you're staying for $600.
Not for that check. I guess.
But yeah, that's probably pretty average.
The one thing I'd like to add is years ago when I was doing some studying for, I forget what it was for, but they figured that every volunteer firefighter, if you had to pay every volunteer firefighter for what they do, they assessed it at, if you had to insure them and everything, they assessed the value of each volunteer at $56,000 per year.
Mm.
And you have what, 35 volunteers, Brett?
We currently do, yes.
So you're not even, and this was, I want to say this was 8 or 10 years ago that I did this research. So we're not even paying what one volunteer gives us for service. at that price.
Right.
And you guys, as speaker, you guys know that we're firefighters. For the public that's listening and going to watch us on Neat TV, it was the board that passed a few years ago with the advisory of the chief officers that we get some minimum standards in the department.
Mhm.
And the minimum standards is 30 hours of training. So if you're minimum going to tell me I have to minimize at least 30 hours of training, or you're going to show me the door in a 2-year period, then that's where this is coming from, with at least pay them for 30 hours of training. As Brett said, there's some guys, they'll do a couple 100 hours, and I'm glad for them. They have more time than I have to do that, and they bring back a lot of knowledge. But they're only going to get paid the same as I would, 30 hours, or a peaker or anybody else who does 30 hours of training.
Correct. And again, I'm not here this evening. This is a challenging year for everyone. Next year is going to continue to be a challenging year financially for everyone. And I recognize such a significant increase in an operating budget can have a negative impact. So, but you know, I brought this up to Jen when I don't even know why. It just came up in conversation a few months ago, and I kind of planted the seed back in my own head. I'm like, boy, I feel like we're dancing with the devil here. And it's going to pop up and surprise us one of these days. So I just really wanted to put it out there, make you folks all aware of it for future conversations. Obviously, you know, if you supported it, wonderful. And if you don't, I'm not hurt, because nobody is telling me at the fire station, like, I need to get paid for training. Nobody's telling me that. I'm simply just looking at it from a legal standpoint. If we're truly classified as an employee, an on-call type employee of the town per the policy and everything else we have to follow and comply with, then this is what we're supposed to be doing. But so again, putting it out there for you guys to gnaw on, and really I'll just leave it at that.
I'm just going to make a comment, and this might be just something to think about. You know, I'm not saying we should or shouldn't pay these guys. I mean, I wish I got paid when I spend all the time on rescue, but maybe if we're going to consider this, we do it in a stepped approach, you know, so that people don't have to swallow it so hard at one time, especially this year. You know, if you could figure out, okay, maybe we just do a quarter this year, you know, half next year or whatever, just increment the increase up slowly rather than jumping it up. But
if you would even consider any type of increase, Michelle, maybe I could propose to the board as a start, if we just looked at compensating the firefighters who participate in those monthly equipment and apparatus inspections I spoke of, that 1 hour a month.
I wouldn't be opposed to that, Brett, or I was thinking, Michelle, if we had the chief go back and with Valerie and Jen's help, is to look at this over, what would this cost us over a 3-year period to get there in 3 years?
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe,
I mean,
you know,
granted, I'm sure the minimum wage will change, so that price is, you know, that cost will change.
And I'll throw out the caveat that I have the right to change my mind if our illustrious legislature this year changes the minimum wage to a working wage of $15 an hour. We may have to say over 3 years, might have to be over 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Because we could be at $55 an hour just paying the wage and not even paying to go to training. You could be up there. I don't know what, if Brett took the 2,200 hours at $15 an hour.
I see Jolie's got a handy dandy little calculator there.
Now that's 33,000 right there.
Yeah, it's significant, no doubt about it.
Right.
You know, it's uncertain future in a lot of respects. So I'm putting it back on you guys. I just wanted to provide you with information. Like I said, I had no agenda coming here this evening, no expectation that line would change from last year, but just putting it out there for your awareness, as we always say at work. Everything's about awareness. You gotta have awareness. Had so much freaking awareness this year. Oh my God.
Hey Brett, we refreshed my memory, but we talked about maybe a couple of different ways of approaching this when you and I had this conversation, probably back in August or September, when we first started talking about this. And that's not necessarily a discussion for tonight, but I'd love to revisit that discussion with you, because I felt like you gave me 3 different maybe
I did.
scenarios or discussions about different ways you had heard of different departments doing that. And we never really looked at numbers. We just kind of were generically speaking. And so I'd love
Mhm.
to take a second when you had time to sit and maybe look at some real numbers to see how that does or doesn't change this labor.
So, and I already have that information I put together 3 years ago is all still valid, with the exception of just tweaking it to come in line with current minimum wages. But I'm happy to give that to Valerie and to you, Jen, and Valerie can share it with the board, just so you have something to look at. It's, you know, you can pay us as employees. You can also, you know, approach it from a stipend. But if those of you who are on the board may recall the conversation, you know, you can do a pay per call. If you do it a pay per call basis, you don't have to pay us for training or anything else. So as an example, you give the firefighter $15 for responding to a call. Again, it goes back to whether it's 10 minutes they're there or 4 hours and 10 minutes at a structure fire. They're getting $15 an hour, $15 period, I mean. And, you know, I know there was some discussion of that might not be fair, you know, if the call goes really long, I'm not really getting paid for it. You know, there's lots of different variables to it, but I'm happy to give that information to Valerie for her to share with you folks.
Sounds almost like select board pay.
Yeah, I guess I asked the question. I guess I have to ask the question, Brett, would that, you know, wasn't this summer, 2019, we went up on the mountain and we were there most of the day. And you call for a mountain fire and the guys are going to know I'm only going to get $15. I'm not going.
Yeah, no, you make a valid point there. And actually, the one pager I'm looking at that I submitted to the board actually there was a comment I made on here. Yeah, I had a note on here that said, if this option was chosen, this is the per call that was chosen, a further discussion would need to happen regarding multi-day events, e.g. forest fires, floods, ice storms, etc., you know, where your fire department is typically heavily involved. But I think this one pager, I'll update the numbers, get it to you guys. So you have options. You don't have to do anything either. And I think that was kind of how it was left. Like, you know, it's not a problem right now. It's not treated as one. But again, just from a legal perspective, I'm only looking out for the best interest of the town when I bring this to your attention. That's all.
Okay. Anybody got any more questions on his budget? You have your capital plan you want to talk about, Brett?
If you folks would like to take a look at it now, or we can come back, I'm happy to come back in a week and show you. I'm really okay either way, because I know you haven't had a chance to look at any of it.
Right. You guys want to do that next week?
It's 10:15 now, and I don't want to be here a whole lot longer.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Brett,
it'd be nice to have a look at it too.
Disappoint you and let you off early.
Yeah.
okay, so Brett,
Well,
why
I
don't you
think
get that to us?
Yeah. And we don't have.
Yeah,
the
Valerie
agenda
can
as-
squeeze me in. Yep. And then that way you guys have a chance to chew on it and look at it, because I have, you know, because of the success of the Assistance to Firefighter grant, getting some updated numbers on prices of apparatus. You know, there's looking at making some changes, and not in annual appropriations, just moving things around. And I guess if I may just add one additional thing regarding the capital equipment plan, just to plant the seed for our discussion next week, just so you hear it from me, if I may, Michelle.
Sure. Go ahead.
So because of the success of the Assistance to Firefighters grant, you know, we had, I don't know the number off the top of my head, let's just say it was $100,000 allocated in the capital equipment plan. My notes in my capital plan, which you'll see, is asking the board if they would consider in fiscal year 21-22 moving $75,000 of capital equipment monies to fire department capital apparatus, that fund. And the reason I'm asking that is, you know, 5-6 years ago when I put together these capital plans, you know, that whole crystal ball thing, you know, we knew trucks they just go up. It's unbelievable. The 1997 pumper was $230,000. The 2007 pumper was 75,000 peak or something like that.
65.
Yep. And I had a number of 500 grand. And we are honestly looking, folks, and this is not asking for anything special. We're looking at, probably more like six and a quarter for a new fire truck. That's what it costs.
Yep.
It's
I think
mind-boggling to me. It really is.
I think the thing that needs to happen with that is we need to find out if we can even do that, or if that's something that the voters have to approve because it's in a capital fund
Right.
for a certain purchase. So I think that's
So I
information
guess, I put it out there for you guys to consider asking the taxpayers to do if that's what needs to be done. But it's money it was allocated to your fire department, and due to our success with a grant and a need in another potential need in another area, that's what I'm asking could be done.
I totally get that. My only point is we need to figure out what the procedure is to do that.
And that's your job, not mine.
Yep.
That's right. Okay, so Brett, before you go, can we do the fire truck contract with third-party vendor?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I
doing
forgot about that
for
one.
the assessors?
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, Michelle, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah,
You want me to say something?
we had another topic before that, but we're gonna do that so you can get going.
Okay. Do you want me to just give a quick 10-second overview?
Yeah, well, let me
What
just
this
read
is?
this. We're gonna do the authorized fire department to contract with the third-party vendor Fire Tech to sell the 1999 utility truck. So take it away.
Yep. So we do. This is the utility truck at the town of Bristol. We loaned to the town of Cornwall 2 years ago following the tragedy that occurred out there that involved the town of Cornwall's fire utility truck that was involved in a head-on fatal collision. And at that time, the Bristol Fire Department was re-looking at our operations and looking at consolidating. And we actually already had a plan to remove essential equipment from that vehicle and place on our two frontline pumpers when that crash occurred. So when we were asked if it would be possible to lend them a fire truck at that time, the timing, as tragic as it was, I mean, it was perfect as far as the vehicle goes. But anyway, that vehicle has since been returned as they finally received their new vehicle. The town of Cornwall did give the town of Bristol a $1,000 donation, which I thought was, well, I guess it depends on who you ask. It was generous. But anyway, so that vehicle's back. We do not know what the dollar value is on it. This particular vendor, they will help in that process, but I can't move forward until the authority having jurisdiction, you folks, sign a document. It says that, this is the vehicle we want to sell. I've already had our truck officers have gathered all the information off of it. So with your signature, I will submit some forms and based on, other vehicles and similar in type, year, et cetera, what they have on them, as far as a generator, they will help us come up with a price. Now that price, they get 10% commission. So obviously if it's, what are we going to get for that truck, Joel Peaker? I don't know what we're going to get for that truck. I have no idea. So
I'm thinking
anyway,
25,000.
It would be nice because I know I didn't figure on getting that much in our capital plan. But anyway, so they get 10%. However, if the vehicle was to be sold for less than $7,500, it says right in that agreement that Michelle's holding that $750 is automatic. They're not going to take any less than $750. So they sell the truck for us. They do the advertising all online. We, the fire department, our representative, who we want to be the point of contact, potentially will get calls from potential buyers, with questions and might want to come see it, et cetera, et cetera. And when the sale does happen, the buyer will pay the town of Bristol the full price
and then the town of Bristol, per the days it says on that agreement, will turn around and has to cut a check to this company. So, and this company has sold a fire truck, I learned, for the town of Bristol, because when I was on the phone with a nice woman, she said, "Oh, we sold a fire truck for Mark Bouvier." It was the old Maxim. So I know Peter and Joel know what I'm talking about. But it was a few years ago, but we have done business with them before. They're out of Randolph.
Brett, do you know if they will allow the select board to authorize you to sign the document?
I honestly don't see why they wouldn't. They just need somebody authorized. And if you want to give me that authority on your behalf and it would take a load off of you and make things easier, I'm happy to do it. I don't think they'd have a problem with it.
I make a motion that we authorize the fire chief to sign an agreement with Fire Tech out of Randolph, Vermont to sell our used 1999 used utility truck.
Second.
Any more discussion?
Are you pulling the mobile repeater off of that, or is it going with it?
Absolutely, Peter. Absolutely. No, it's not going with a vehicle. That's going to go on another one of our trucks. Yep.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay. Any more discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye, whatever. Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. You're good to go, Brett. Now
Thanks,
you can
Brett.
go to
And
bed.
I just want to say, Michelle, before Brett, you leave, if you guys read the last Thursday's Addison, where the city of Agenz is scraping, they're trying to buy SCBA's for their firefighters, and they're looking for about $130,000, and they don't know how they're going to pay for it. I just want to again say due diligence to the chief. Don't know how much that saved the town of Bristol, those packs, because whether we bought them ourselves or through FEMA or through that grant, we still needed them. And city of Agenz is scrambling now to get them.
Yeah. I know most of you know it already. Ian and Darla, maybe not so much yet until I start educating you a little bit more, but it's the joke is in the fire service. If it's painted red and it says fire on it, it costs a lot of money. It's ridiculous how much this stuff costs. It really is. But they got, there's a market for it. And there's not dealerships of fire trucks just waiting to be bought. They have to be built.
Maybe
Hold over the coals.
that's why Moncton painted their trucks black.
Maybe.
They don't cost as much.
Hey, well, thank you all for your time this evening.
Thanks.
Thanks, Brett.
Well, nicely done on that truck. I'm going to say nicely done on that truck lending. I didn't know about that, and I read about it. I think it was an Ad Indy article about it, which was got great press for you guys.
Was there an article?
Yeah,
There was an article recently?
Thursday's night's Addison.
Yeah,
Okay,
it was
I'll
great.
check
It
that out.
was really great to see that. Yeah, no, it was definitely seemed like the right thing to do at that moment in time. We had the ability to do it as a town, so
It's great.
all right.
Thank you, Brett.
Hey, thanks all. I'm going to bed.
Good night, Brett.
Good night, Brett.
Okay, next order of business, begin to consider whether to pursue assessor services for assistance with grand list maintenance.
I don't know how much we're prepared to talk about this tonight, but anyway, hopefully folks had a chance to see the 2 correspondences we received from professionals for assessors, professional assessor services.
I did not see that. First of all, how does the 2 new listers working with Mark, and how's things going? And what does that group feel that we need to do?
I have not talked with the other 2, but I have talked with Mark, and Mark supports hiring an assessor to, at the very least, to assist them in their work and perhaps divide certain responsibilities and provide some backup and training, and maybe that paid assessor would focus on certain things that they are not as well prepared to handle.
Yeah, I know, being in that office for many years, I think what they're definitely going to need right out of the gate, and Claire and Craig did it with Steve Trombley, who did our last reappraisal a number of years ago, did all of our commercial. The building down here, that upper or Hillside Precision built, just ought to have a commercial, have an assessor assess that for value for Bristol. I know Claire Grodrester, so she used to rely on, I'd say just hire that commercial stuff out and we'll pay him by the hour to come over and do the measurements and do all that.
Mm-hmm.
The housing is a little different. That's pretty easy to do, but a commercial unit is, I think, definitely needs to go right out.
Not to date you, Joel,
Yeah.
but a lot has significantly changed.
I bet it has.
You've been in that office, and I think even speaking with Mark today, he had said he wasn't expecting it to be what it is. And I'm sure you two have probably had conversations, but
He calls me now and again and asks me for questions. And
yeah, I know he was not thinking it was going to be as much of a task that it is. And I just think that if we, I just think if we just look statutorily at all the requirements that they are supposed to be able to do and all the training they would need just to get themselves to like this minimum baseline spot where they felt comfortable doing it by themselves, they wouldn't be there for years. I mean, think about how long it took Craig and Claire to get to the positions that they were in. I mean, they were in those positions for a long time.
Yes.
And I just
No, you're absolutely right.
We're in a green position at the moment, and that hiring that out is something that
they need some help on just doing the errors and emissions. That's got to be done at the end of the year.
Right. And I mean, quite
Mark says,
frankly,
I don't know.
I have no idea if there are any.
Right.
But I mean, I would say that I just think it's so green in there, and it's not like we have somebody that we can, our district advisor is meeting with them once a week, but I mean, she has more towns than just Bristol to deal with.
Correct.
She's only one of 7 that are split amongst the state. So, I
wouldn't mind
just legally it makes the most sense, since that seems to be the theme of the evening, that if you want a serious CYA, that we hire an assessor to be in this office.
I wouldn't mind sitting down with you and Valerie and whoever, someone from the lister's office and look over those resumes and say first of all, get a job description, how many hours we want a week or what we budget for.
Well, that's a question.
Obviously the spring is going to be busier time because you got to get it ready by April 1st for the grand list, get it, so-called all the inspections done.
Well, I wouldn't say that's spring. I would say that's late winter.
Well, we used to hit them from, nice days in January to April 1. We'd hit them hard.
I mean, I think we need to figure out what this is going to look like. Do we want one person? Do we need a part-time? Do we coordinate with other towns to get one full-time position? I mean, and maybe that's where Mark and them come in saying, okay, how much do we need? Or how often are we going to need somebody in here? How much time is it going to take for us to depend on them?
Well, I think that that's the problem, is that they don't know the work. We don't know the workload.
I'll give you just a little history on Middlebury. Bill Benton did it for years. It was always on Wednesdays. That was his day down there. But he had one office staff lady that really knew that lister's office like the back of her hand. She's still there, I believe. And so she handled all the paperwork, and then he went and did the assessing, or the house visits, on those Wednesdays. So if you don't, I'll reach out to Bill and ask him,
He won't do it, Joel.
No, not to do it. No. I know he will. To get some information on what we're looking for.
Well, I've asked Bill before, back when and he said the things he knew how to do were obviously to go to properties, figure out, what was new, what was there, what needed to be added. But he said his knowledge of CAMA and that scenario were limited. And that's kind of what that office person did. She kind of did the input.
Correct.
And he went and got the data.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Val, this is one of those things, the 2 people that wrote to or sent in, maybe we bring them in and say, what do you think it looks like? Or what would this entail? So then you can get an idea of, okay, this is what they're looking at that we don't maybe not have a clue about. You know, I don't know, because I don't know anything about the assessors and what they do.
All right.
Does it also make sense to touch base with Craig and have him give us an idea what he might think?
We certainly can. I know Teresa has, since she's now a district advisor for the state, she said a lot of towns are heading in the assessor direction due to the legalities that come with the position. You know, the current use, the towers, the solar, the
Right.
you
No, I'm
know
just
the
thinking
different.
more of asking him about a time frame, like how much time would we need to afford and paid assessors?
Teresa might know that as well.
Well, and I think what has to be considered first is, what are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to eliminate the lister position, which requires voter approval to do? Or are you trying to add an assessor with the listers we have to figure out if they're compensating for what the listers cannot do, to see how that works out for a period of time while maintaining those positions? And then deciding a year from now, after having an assessor for, let's just say for easy numbers, 10 hours a week, that they say, well, here's all the things that I'm having to do, and it's definitely more than 10 hours a week, and here's what might best suit Bristol. I mean, I think the bigger decision is more so, are you trying to abandon the position and head in the assessor direction, or are you trying to combine it with the lister position and leave that position intact with the idea that they're going to work together with an assessor in addition to that position?
I mean, my gut instinct initially was to leave the listers. We may not need all three, you know, depending on how that works out. But that may be something to talk to Mark about, you know, or the listers that are in there, and saying, what's your thoughts? You know, is this too much? Is this beyond what you expected? And, you know, should we be moving in that direction? Anybody else?
No, I think you're right, Michelle. We talked with them and those other two, and you know, like I said, I go back to what Bill was doing in Middlebury, was, you know, going out and grabbing all that data, and you know, because he's a real estate appraisal, and he could back it up when the homeowner, the business came in and said, my property isn't worth that much, and he'd say, well, I have the data to show that, but did we need a $60 an hour assessor or $75 whatever an hour to put the data into the computer? I'm not sure. That's where I think the two new ones in Mark, the three of them, could split that or do some of that duty and talk with them and see what they can do. And I think by law, you still have to have three
Right.
to get voter approval, because you've got to have three listers to hear grievances and sign off on it.
I think you're right, Joel. I think that if you were going to go any direction, I think Valerie and I talked about, what did we say? Like an assessor in there, and that we hired an assistant or an admin assistant for that office specifically, that was doing maybe day-to-day, hourly emails, phone checking, communications type of thing, and that the assessor was doing the bigger ticket items, but that there were still two of them, so they could go, you know, someone could hold one side of the tape to help measure if that's what needed to be done, you know, kind of what Joel's talking about, needing the second person, but maybe not as much. But I think you're right, Joel. You got to either have three or have none. You shouldn't have in between.
So I guess the first step is to get Mark together with you guys and figure out what they think, and then maybe talk to the two people that.
Oh, yeah, maybe what they think they can handle, and then build a job description after we take that out, what they can do, what we're going to need more done from from Teresa, the state advisor. Say, well, you still got to cover this, and this. And we find
I haven't had a chance to review it closely, but I did get a copy of a scope of work that Daniel Hoffman had developed for Virgins before he left for a part-time assessor. So that might be helpful for guidance. And I've tried to track down some other examples also, but they're not very readily available.
Call Kathleen at Middlebury. They got a new part-time assessor. Still hours. It's the Wednesday appointments to see the assessor.
Doesn't Hinman and Associates still do some?
Bill, I've talked to Bill. Bill does all of Williston.
I was gonna say, I thought they were at one town.
No. I think he's got Heinsberg and Williston now.
Yeah. Okay. Is that enough to move forward with?
So just to be clear about the next steps, the next steps would be to have a conversation with Mark. I'm wondering if we might want to have a Zoom chat. Some of us to get to it, and like maybe Joel and Jen and me and Mark kind of Zoom together and brainstorm and kick some information around and trying to hone in on a focus.
Right, what it would look like, or what you're moving towards, what the goal.
Rather than independent conversations.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Okay, I'm suggesting Joel because of your experience. Does anybody else want to be involved in that conversation?
Hell no.
I'm with Michelle.
You sure? I detected some hesitation.
Let me think. Yep.
That's funny.
All right, so we'll plan to set that up. And right now, there's no particular plan to actually meet with the two people who reached out to us.
Right.
Take a closer look at the Virgin's scope of work. And then when shall we plan to come back and revisit this? I don't have time
up with something.
What was that?
After you guys chat and come up with something.
How about we try something for not next meeting, not next Monday, but maybe the first meeting in January?
January 4th. That's a good goal.
Is it January 4th now?
Yes, it is. Yeah, we're still
I thought we were going to second and fourth Mondays now.
in January
Budget season.
because of where we're at with
We're going to go every Monday in January?
at least for now, unless we decide early in January that we're really on top of things and we don't need to. But I think we should plan on it.
I thought we had a meeting last Monday night.
How'd that work for you?
It's now going
Well,
to
did
second.
you get a lot accomplished, Joel?
I did. I got 3 budgets done.
Made a lot of decisions. Yeah.
Right.
I signed in at 6
Got the
today.
water budget all done. Sign I, Bill.
Perfect. Just pass those numbers along, would you?
That's right.
850,000 New Pine Street. That's in the budget. Water rates are going to triple.
Okay, let's move on.
No, just kidding.
Tiny
People
ball.
out there in the
Okay,
world.
COVID-19 update. Preparations, response, impacts to municipal operations, potential actions. Other than people need to get down to the town office and sign the warrants.
So it's not working.
It's
Ian
No.
and I are there. Ian,
I know.
you and I do
No,
pretty
but
good.
It's just not working, and I get it because it's just not part of a routine. It's not a habit. It's not whatever. But the issue that I'm running into is that we have a stack of them, and there's some that I've accidentally held hostage on my desk, and so there's plenty. And what's going to happen is that luckily everything the auditors wanted did have the minimum 3 signatures, but now we're getting to this point where we're waiting for the 3rd signature. And now it's like, as I said to Valerie, you're talking weeks after things have been approved. So I'm feeling like we need to, I don't know if we can,
Can we appoint?
you could put on the PDF, like we could type in and then like approved at the meeting and just put your initials, and then you guys make an official motion at the meeting and we attach the minutes to the warrant so that we can progress
just-
the scenario. Like I don't know what the answer is, but I just know that what's going on now isn't working.
So can we appoint like Ian and I to be the 2 signers, that if the 2 of us sign us, it's approved, because we seem to be the one consistently in there.
Yes.
Like I was in Bristol today, Jen. I apologize. I didn't know I needed to sign anything.
You just don't think about it. I mean, I totally
I
get
didn't
it.
come
You're
down.
upset, You don't think about it.
We do a warrant every single meeting.
I know.
We hadn't met since November 7th, so
Jen, is there a way to do any electronic signing, or is that
Valerie and
even
I
more
talked about
complicated?
that. I mean,
It's
Part
expensive.
of me think,
Yeah.
go ahead, Valerie, you can speak.
Yeah, there's a version of Adobe Acrobat that we don't currently subscribe to, and it's not available in our current structure. And I don't know what it would cost additionally for this capacity for digital signatures for a single document to be circulated and different signatures to be used. But there's also another platform called DocuSign, and that's one that the state uses, but that's very expensive. A monthly subscription or an annual subscription, and you have to pay by person, and it's
Okay, you guys, seriously, we all live in town. Most of us are not going to an office.
That's the problem.
Go down to the town office.
I haven't missed a day of work yet. Michelle, I haven't missed a day of work yet. Don't say I'm working from home.
Over and get into town.
I don't want to hear it. I'm working from home.
I mean, I think
Michelle's
Michelle's
every day.
if Michelle's suggestion is workable, if it's just 2 signers, myself and her, is that able to work, or does it need?
Well, I think you said, Valerie, that VLCT said that we had to make it a specific agenda item so that it was findable perhaps in minutes and easily referenced. So we could say that on December 14th, the select board met and they discussed having 2 signers.
Jennifer, can I ask the question? Can I sign it in your dooryard if you tuck it home? I go by
Yeah.
your house every day.
But it's farther for you to drive to my house than it is to the office. Not that
No,
I care.
but when I come to Bristol, you're already gone. When I get into
What?
Bristol at 4:15.
I see.
We don't even need to be there. If you have a
Right.
code to walk
You have a
in,
code to get in?
I don't have a key to the place. I don't want one.
you have a code, don't you?
No, a code.
Nope. Don't want
I
one.
thought you all had codes.
Nope.
I have a code.
I thought,
Private key.
okay.
Joel refused to take a code.
Oh,
He's
I didn't-
gotta be
I didn't know that.
responsible.
There's a select board code that I use
Yeah.
Okay.
that
I'll
that
get
I thought
with you
everyone
later.
knew.
I'll get with you then, Ian, and you can show me. Or Ian could meet me down here at 4:30.
It's a 4-digit
Yeah, I
number.
can text you the code.
I got 7 of them. I remember, Michelle.
Yeah.
Put it in your phone.
No, well, that's
How
just,
much is
that's,
it?
yeah.
How much is it to make a rubber stamp of each of our signatures? Is that cheaper than the DocuSign?
Definitely would be cheaper.
Well, Ian, you could do what we do at my office. Make people sign a blank piece of paper. We make it as a little graphic,
Yeah.
and we can just
Scan it.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'd be happy
wait,
to mask up.
we all look at the
everything
warrant. I
in
mean,
Wait,
the
houses.
only issue would be the pay stuff that we don't look
Yeah.
at.
Right, like that's the stack of stuff that I have for you all that is.
Oh, I signed that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, I
I
appreciate
did.
that. But
I mean-
that's the stuff. It's like the payroll. It's the payroll accounts payable. It's not just It's not just the AP warrants that aren't getting.
I
out.
got to be to Bristol on Wednesday, or maybe tomorrow. I'll be up to sign it.
Set
Yeah.
yourself an alarm.
Well, I just put it in my calendar as a repeat thing for the day after, because honestly, working from home, I'm at my desk by 7 in the morning, and sometimes I don't leave until 9 at night. Honestly, schedule's all over the place. And the days that I don't work those weird hours, I sleep in. So, and then I get up and I sit at my desk
I
and
mean, sleep in till 8, Darla.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't leave the
Here's a
house.
strange
I don't.
question for you. At least Darla and Joel, because I know Peeker's kind of just out of this conversation a little bit.
Yeah, you notice he's not saying anything.
He's conveniently just turned his cell phone off, so he's not reachable. What if Michelle and Ian still came in and did that, great, but on the instances where they couldn't, I guess what I'm wondering is if you all just printed the last page of the warrant and each signed your own warrant, and then we clipped the 4 pages together to the back of the warrant. I know it's not signing the same warrant, but then if you could print it and scan it.
I feel like if the responsibility and part of being on this board is to get my butt down there to sign it, then I need to get my butt down there and sign it.
I'm trying to
2 blocks away.
Darla, I understand it.
I know, and I get it, and I get
not-
that it's not working, but I need to own that and leave my.
I agree with you, Darla.
I
I'm not
appreciate
comfortable with
that. I appreciate
letting you
that.
have my rubber stamp if I had one. Or,
Okay, so.
yeah, I've signed something in January. Now that it's December, 11 months later, and they're still using my same signature.
Okay, so.
Could I suggest one thing?
I mean, harass you guys. I'm gonna start
Yeah.
sending
Send me a
texts
text.
every day.
Just send me a text, Jennifer.
When
What I'm
Jen
thinking is-
emails me and say, nobody signed it yet, you guys are gonna start getting text messages. Although
Margo,
Hey,
Picker has blocked me, so he won't get it.
Margo,
What I'm
I got
wondering
a new
is-
phone.
I live by my Gmail calendar. So if you send me a calendar invite for every other Wednesday, and I'm just, or you know what I mean? Whatever we meet,
Right.
that would
Okay.
be in my calendar and I would remember to do it.
Okay.
And I
I'll
just
remind
added it myself, but if you give me one
no,
too.
you won't, Tasha. Tasha said she's going to remind her father.
you.
There you
You
go.
come
I
by
just
my house.
found-
You come by my house. So why can't you go by the town offices and sign it when you town?
Oh.
Very good, Tasha.
I go
Now
by the
wait,
town
so-
offices at 4:30 and they're closed.
You can
So
go
now
in
we
with your
have-
code.
I know. I'm texting you the code, Joel, because that excuses isn't working for me right now.
Yeah.
Show me
So
how
we
to do
have
the
we have
alarms.
we have
Uh,
4 select board members that
no
are
alarm.
signing. How do we get the 5th one to sign?
When he comes
As
to
long-
pay
we only
his
need
taxes, we'll
3.
save every single warrant. So when he comes in April to pay his taxes, he can sign the huge stack that'll just be waiting so we can go 5 for 5.
What about like a bow and arrow and we could shoot it over to the quarry and it could thunk land and he can undo it?
If
Carrier
folks are
pigeon.
interested, I just found the area on the VLCT website that addresses this question, but I can't.
Quarter to 11. Quarter of 11. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Understood.
All right, let's move. Is there anything else on the COVID update?
I
No.
have a quick question
Okay.
though. Did we?
Go ahead, Tasha.
I missed it. I must have. Did you guys approve the fire tech thing?
Yeah, we did that with Brett right after his,
Okay, I must
Yeah, we
have just.
skipped around.
Yeah, I made the motion. Was along.
Oh, I know you. I know I had the motion, but I don't remember voting on it.
yeah, we
Yes,
did.
we voted.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Next, resolution to appoint town administrator Valerie
moved.
Nichols to the Addison County
Second.
Economic Development Board.
So moved.
I per-
Aye.
Wave your hand.
Darla seconded.
Sure.
Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your
Aye.
hand. Any opposed? Motion carried. Approval of November 23rd, 2020 meeting minutes. I did not have any changes. Anybody else? Okay, someone want to make a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, pick either Peek or Joel or Ian and choose which one will first and second. Any more discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. I did not get a chance to read the 2018 minutes. Did anybody else? Okay, we'll put that on next month or next meeting, Monday.
Oh, and I read them all, 5 pages. I gave my changes to Valerie.
Good for
Valerie.
you.
Valerie, I just have one left, right? February 19th.
No, that's it. We're done.
Okay, because then you'll have to tell me when that was approved because I looked through all of the minutes and I did not find when that one was approved.
Which one was done?
February 19th, 2018.
Okay.
Well, we didn't meet on the 19th and the 20th. Oh, that's
The 2018.
2018.
18.
2018. This says January 2018 and
February 12th.
Wait, 12.
January
I
20th
think
and
the
February
February
12th.
I
Yeah.
think the February 12th was that police thing, if I'm not mistaken, or something. So
I'll
I
go-
just don't have the February 19th when that was approved.
Okay.
The 12th was the Vermont gas meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Something special.
Yeah,
Okay.
19th was our regular meeting.
Okay. Tasha, did you get the warrant?
I did not.
Okay, hang on.
Her? Send that to her.
Sharon sent it this week, so
The number is, and it's big because we're paying
Patience.
all the contributions, donations, whatever you want to call them, appropriations.
Appropriations.
Service appropriations.
$213,990.95.
What's the name of that list?
Beggars list, is it bigger as that Bill called it?
Appropriations. I don't know why I have such a hard time remembering that word.
You're doing
Question,
fine.
Jennifer, a question for you.
Hmm.
We usually pay, are you still on?
Yeah.
Do we usually pay their whole appropriation in the first half, or I thought we split it before, no?
No.
No.
It
No?
is such, I mean, some of them are such minute amounts that splitting $750 in two payments is just not worth
Well,
it.
none of them are 750. Let's go there, but.
Well, there's a
Well,
couple.
there's $1,500 ones. Yeah, so I see what you mean. I just
No.
didn't know.
No,
if
we
to make us
typically do
sure.
all of the social service ones in November. We do the full payment then, and then we kind of wait to do our capital appropriations based on cash flow, and sometimes
Okay.
those wait out till April.
Okay.
Okay.
So moved.
We don't have any liquor licenses, right, Jen? Okay. Select board round table. Joe, Peeker, I'll go Peeker first.
Got a visit from Cyrus today. He's had another problem with water service. Our rules aren't specific enough so that he's being let know before people are doing stuff. So we now have 2 or 3 plastic lines in without tracer wires in them, and he doesn't have any grounds to stand on because we don't have a definite set of rules. So we need to get that. We need to come up with what contractors have to do before they can hook onto the water line. And I would think the simplest one is call him, but then the materials that they need to use, and probably once we figure that out, we should at least send a copy to all the local contractors so that they know that we're watching them and that we want this done a certain way, or they're going to be digging it back up. That's my thoughts anyways. If it's not put in the way we want it put in, it needs to be.
Well, we've discussed this previously, right? It sounds
Yeah.
like a
Yes.
familiar conversation. Well, I think when Cy and Jill were on the call at one point.
Right.
About the one up on Mountain Terrace. He did call me today, Peeker. Cy called me also. And then I called Valley and we had this conversation.
And we got an email from Val and Jill.
And I says, maybe we ought to just, first of all, what you said was, you said something about the contractor working on a water line before he hooks up. He's got to call us. I want to say before he buries any water lines, he needs to call us. Because bury the water line, not hook up until the following month.
They shouldn't be hooking on to our curb stop without Cy knowing about it.
Exactly.
I agree with that statement. I agree with that 100%. But I could do 200 feet of water line and get almost to my curb stop and then say, well, I've run out of money, but I don't need to hook up until spring. It's in the ground. I wanted to say, no, before you even lay anything in the ground to hook to our curb stop, we need to be notified. That's what the difference is. It's different. They put that in, but they haven't hooked up the curb side. So they're probably saying, we didn't need to call Cy. We haven't hooked up yet. But he didn't see what's in the ground and no tracer wire. I say we make them replace it, dig it up, and put the tracer wire in.
Well, you've got a couple others that you probably have to do the same thing to.
Yeah, we do.
But I know one of them.
If these were
called them
copper
ahead of
lines, I
time.
wouldn't think of it, but they're plastic lines.
Yeah.
Part of my quandary is how do we compel this kind of enforcement or compliance after the stuff is already in the ground and they've already tampered with the curb stop perhaps? How do we actually enforce
Is there a way we can, when they apply for a building permit, can't we put that in as a condition?
But the one on North Street, it already was a permit condition and they didn't follow it. The permit conditions.
So then they don't get their CO. Right?
But what if they don't need a building permit?
Like the one on Mountain Terrace.
Right.
How about they don't get water?
That's what I'm saying. The one on North Street, you dig it up and put your tracer wire in, or we're not turning this curb stop on. Plain and simple.
I mean, if he knew about it ahead of time, I mean, what Cy told me was he told him he didn't know, and he's done enough so he knows.
Yeah. Peter, let me ask you a question. All the years you put septic system with a design, did you ever bury it before the engineer signed off on it?
Yeah, I buried a number of them. Just take pictures and send them the pictures
Okay,
when they're not
pictures.
available.
If
Call.
they're
That's
not
not the answer he
available.
wanted.
But have you ever had to dig it back up?
No.
No?
Nope.
You at least took pictures of it before you,
Well, I call to be inspected, and if they can't make it, they have me take pictures.
okay. It's a little different than this one up here. I think
So,
he digs it back up.
Ian, just
Wanted
for
a second time.
clarification- Sorry, Joel. Just for clarification, you'd be willing to take water away from a user even though it was a contractor who completed, I mean, like, that's me hiring a contractor saying, I'm trusting that you're doing all the right things because I'm paying you the top dollar here. And now I'm getting penalized by the town because my contractor didn't follow the rule that I paid $5,000 plus to replace my water line.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being.
I hear what you're saying, Jennifer, but
No, I know. These are the conversations, these are the opinions that you need to hear. I don't know. That's the thing. It seems like we have, for a lot of things, at least attending these meetings, like we don't seem to have any power to do things, and things are then not done the way that they should be, and it will end up leading to more and more problems down the line. So we have to take a stand at some point and be able to hopefully flex a little bit of muscle and do things. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I suggested no water because that's the obvious thing. That's the thing that we have control over. We don't have control over other things. But you're right. If you're trusting your contractor to do it, and I'm the homeowner, I'd be pissed about that. So yeah, I don't know. I mean,
So the thing, I deal with real estate a lot in my office, and one of the things that comes across is, okay, so you don't care if you don't get a CO, you connect to the water, you don't do what you're supposed to. That's all fine and dandy until one, you either have to get a mortgage, or two, you try to sell the house. And then the buyer's attorney says, whoa, you don't have a CO, or you have a lien, or whatever. They're going to say, fix it, or we're not buying.
so with the CO,
Kind of leverage but
are there cases where the CO doesn't matter?
only if they're
If you
paying
can pay
cash,
for
they
your
don't need a
house.
mortgage.
Okay.
But if they ever want to sell it,
Right. So for the majority of people, the CO is important. So that's something that we can use.
I
think we update the
size concern was that we don't have a policy that says we have to put a tracer wire with our plastic line.
Right.
And that's what we need. We need that stuff in place before we can enforce anything.
Right. No,
Well, can't
absolutely.
you just add to the appendix B, which is the fees, that it's
That's what I was
$1,000 fine or whatever if you don't call us before you replace your water line, period, the end. I don't care if you're putting copper in or not.
or if you don't put a tracer wire in, if you use anything other than
So that
copper.
if no matter what, then it's $1,000 fee and your dime to fix it if it's not.
That's we
Like,
we
can you just put that in the fees, I guess, is what I'm asking, Peeker, instead of alternating the ordinance, which is a bigger to do, is what I guess is the question I'm asking.
does our ordinance at least say, besides copper, definition of what the hose will be, the fitting or the pipe will be?
No, because when we did
Commercial
West
grade
Street,
300-foot garden hose?
when we did West Street, well,
No,
it
I
has
asked the
to be
question.
approved. It has to be an improved water line.
Approved by who?
Approved for the water system. Because we had this conversation, we did West Street, and they used the HDPE pipe there, the blue brew, because our ordinance said it had to be ductile and copper. And who do we get our loan through? My favorite people there,
USDA.
USDA said that we had to accept anything that was acceptable water line.
Well,
And so but we never changed what we require. I mean, we need to spell out what we require before we can tell you that's what you have to do.
sounds to me like Peeker needs to look at the ordinance and put that information in there, since I don't know anything about this.
I would like to have Alan spell it out if it needs to be this HH, whatever Peter said it was, pipe, you know, it may be some guidelines. If it's a 2-unit home, it can't be a piece of 1/2 inch. It has to be 3/4 or 1 inch.
Well, it has to be 3/4 anyway.
Or
That's the minimum now for a single family dwelling.
Okay, but we need to do this ASAP.
yes, we
Because
do.
we're running, and they're gonna be building more houses on that parcel there.
But I think, you know,
Are you?
I don't have a problem with having the fine on there if they don't follow through, if they hook up without contacting us.
There is a penalties provision in the ordinance already, and it refers to up to $800 fine per occurrence. And it either goes through the Judicial Bureau or the Criminal Division of the Superior Court. So just logistically and procedurally, I'm not sure if we end up needing to go down that road just to, you know, because they did not comply with their permit. So there should be a consequence there. I don't know the mechanics of how to actually make that happen.
You know, Val, I would check with Kevin Brown.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's done this for the town of Rutland, so he would probably at least know the procedure.
I'm also going to call the Champlain Water District. Jill gave me contact person, contact information there for somebody there to find out how they deal with enforcement. And also in an earlier conversation, we talked about having an application process for people.
Right.
If they want to do any kind of repairs on their water line, they have to apply. And there's an official process. And some water districts, some larger groups have those kinds of procedures. So at least to see what somebody else has come up with.
I know that on most water systems, you don't touch the curb stop.
Right.
And
It's very clear in the ordinance.
But that said, the water guy will come and he'll leave the curb wrench in there for you and tell you to return it when you're done. I've had that in Middlebury and on Tri-Town Water, and I've had that, but I had a working relationship with these people too. And most contractors have their own curb wrench.
What I'm saying is, Pigger, it's about 200 feet in this house over on North Street to the curb stop.
Yeah.
I want to know what's from the foundation wall to the curb stop, what it is and how deep it was, and is there a tracer wire? Now, I don't want to see the last 5 feet while we buried everything and there's a piece of tracer wire stuck in there. Yeah, and it's stuck in the dirt 10 feet and they just hid it from us. I guess I want to, if you buried it, we need to open it up and see it, because you tell us there's a
I don't know, you know, there again, it's not our line. So if it freezes, it's not our problem.
It sure is. It's our water. It don't get to the meter till it gets inside the basement. It's our
I
problem.
understand that, but if it freezes, they're not going to get any water.
Yeah, but if there's a leak
Freezing
in
cracks
there,
and it leaks.
water, then we're not billing for it either.
Right.
Yeah.
Remember what Jill said, how many leaks we've fixed so far and how much water we've been saving.
I got news for you. When plastic starts leaking, you don't get no water. It's not like copper where you just get a split and the water you continue to
You
get.
and I had this conversation 2 years ago. I never wanted to cheapen up this water system and start allowing plastic. I want copper from the curb stop to the house on everything.
You don't have a choice. That's what we went into this with the USDA. That's when we had
To
to
get
make the switch.
USDA money, we didn't have a choice. But when it's not USDA money and we have a choice, we shouldn't cheapen up this water system. I think it's going to come back and bite our next generation right where the sun don't shine. I'm sorry, but that's what's going to happen. Plastic does not last as long as copper.
Okay, so let's move forward. And Val, why don't you talk to Champlain Waste District, get their application process, and if they have any policies that might be helpful to us.
Yeah.
And then maybe we can talk next Monday.
Yeah, I'll see what we can pull
Let's try and
together.
get this moving forward so we can give Cy some power.
One of the things we also talked about was doing an insert in an upcoming water billing, if we can pull it together.
Then you better talk about it next Monday.
Just to remind account holders that they, there are certain protocols that have to be followed if they have any repairs to make on their service lines.
Mm-hmm. Might as well put it out there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I did start to draft something.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Anything else, speaker?
Yeah, Cecil Foster talked to me about, he said he's got water setting on the pavement, the new pavement in between the driveway and the sidewalk. And he's afraid that it's not gonna last if it's already holding water. And he was just curious as to whether Hutchins is done, or if they're coming back to do more.
I noticed that on his driveway. That and Allen's spot is still not draining well either.
So that's all I have. I don't know what Hutchins is, are they done or?
It's my understanding that they're done. I have not seen a certificate of completion yet, but they did the final inspection. The substantial completion has been issued. So, yeah.
Okay.
I knew that they were coming back for one last run through, I think a week ago, Thursday, but that was supposed to be it.
Okay. Well, I told him I would check and see where we were at, so I'll let him know.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Darla, you got anything?
I do not have anything this evening.
Okay. Ian?
The salt and sand barrels, as I mentioned, are on Main Street in 4 locations. I built the little stands. Jill donated the barrels. Got some scoops. Eric filled them. So we're ready for winter if and when it happens. I want to thank everyone for working on that. As Val mentioned, Hutchins did come last Thursday. Their last little bits were some of the signage. There was a couple lamp posts that were taken out because they were sort of additional or they were put in the wrong place. And accessible signs that need to be moved either left or right. And they've done all that. So I'm happy, at least in terms of the Main Street, like that is completed. I guess my one final question for that would be, did we ever receive those no turn on red intersection signs? I know that the town is gonna install them at some point, Eric will, but did we have the signs? And I don't know if you have an answer to that, Val.
I am not aware if they've been delivered. It could be
Okay.
that delivered.
Eric's waving here
waving.
to us.
Oh.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I have them here.
Oh,
Oh,
super.
great.
Yeah.
Okay,
They
good.
delivered
Keep you still on, Eric.
Well, I've been dozing off and on.
He's already for work for tomorrow. He's got his coat on.
Yeah, he's gonna come quick tomorrow.
Ellie looks like he's in the shop.
I am in the shop.
That's what I thought.
Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that you got the signs. That's excellent. And then my only other thing I noticed last night, as I went to get some ice cream from Shaw's, the Prince Lane lampposts at the back there, they're not on anymore. And I don't know if it was something to do when they put in the Main Street lampposts that was on a different circuit, but none of the 5 posts at the back were lit. And this was at about 8:30 at night. So there's something
Yeah,
up there.
timer must be off.
Something, I don't know. And that reminds me, when I put in the Christmas decorations around our new lamp posts, none of them came on, which concerned me, but it was just a reset of the GFI in each of the lamp posts, which worked great. But then that brought up the case that we actually don't have the key to the padlock for the electrical box by the intersection. I think Hutchins or some other state has that. So we actually can't get into that if we wanted to turn the lights on for some reason. So we should get that key back so we can get into there.
We can get into it.
Well, right,
Ian,
right. But I mean,
Ian, check with Bruce on that.
No,
Okay.
we changed the lockout when
Oh, did
they
they?
started work because we didn't want them to have a combination code.
Oh,
So we changed it to a key lock, and that the idea was when the project was done, they'd give us the key back and we put
I
the
got
right
Sal's all
lock
at home.
on.
I can cut it.
So the case scenario is if they don't have the key anymore, then we cut the lock and we lose
Yeah.
the lock and we put our combination lock back on.
Yeah.
We lose their lock.
Ian is,
That's
right. Well, it's our lock.
Oh,
So
they have the key.
They have our key.
they have our
Right.
key, and so Ian's right, is either Hutchins or the state has it, but if we can't get into that unless we're going to cut it at this point.
I mean, cutting it is probably the easiest thing, and it's just the cost of a padlock, which is fine. Like maybe getting the key back would be more
Yes.
work. So yeah, that was the only. So that was
Choose
the
your
key for that,
battles.
and then right, and then the lights on Prince Lane for whatever reason those have been switched off, and I don't know. I
You
know
mean
where
the
the
5 on the
Main
back
Street.
of the business? The 5 on the back of the
Yes,
businesses?
yeah, all of them were dark, and it's not a reset thing. There's nothing that I know about. The only switch I know were the Main Street, which was in that locked box where you can manually turn them on. And I don't, maybe the ones at the back are the same way. It's a manual switch somewhere that's been turned off or something. So that's the only thing I had.
Jolie.
Oh, how, Ian and Valerie, how did the walkthrough go the other day? You were talking about this, you've mentioned it. You had a final walkthrough a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Was there a lot on the punch list or no?
Not really. The biggest thing was the outside of Main Street were just the grass areas and complaints that had been received. And as we did our walk, more and more residents came out and chatted with us about their unhappiness with how that was done. And
It
so
still
yeah, I
looks
don't.
like crap.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Right.
either
I mean,
it's either FedEx or UPS. You can tell because they drove into everybody's driveway. They drive
yes.
off about 10 feet shy of the driveway, park on the driveway, deliver their package, and drive back out 10
Right.
feet
Yeah.
off the other side.
Mhm.
I
Or
noticed
it's
today-
our USPS truck too. They
Yeah.
park on the side just because they're used to doing that. Before it was sort of hardened ground, and it's not that anymore, and it's just taking compressions. A lot of houses have put cones out, so it looks better than it did. But that was the main thing that in the punch list, it was sort of if they could do repairs. And Hutchin had come back. They came back a third time to repair some of the driveways.
Okay.
Kind of their own fault because they didn't. I don't know why they expected it to stay like that without putting any sort of fencing down or any
Stakes
sort
or
of.
something, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
So it's one of those things. But I don't know what our warranty is in terms of things like Cecil's area or other places. What we have to be able to have them come back or fix it or be compensated. I'm not sure what that might be since it's a state road project.
Okay. Eric, did you see the broken limb here on Pine Street by Mountain Health? Must be one of the big trucks hit
I
it.
saw that.
There's a limb that's hanging right over the sidewalk as you go into Mountain Health, across from the old coal yard,
The East End.
the east end side.
East End. Mhm.
Yeah, and then there's a big, huge, pretty good sized pothole just south of the Mountain Bristol Elementary South Drive, right in the middle, right in the right-hand lane. There's a pretty good sized pothole. And then, have you heard any more on the Briggs Hill slide, the sheet pilings, or the Notch Road and the cement blocks?
I sent you the cement block one.
Okay, I hadn't seen it yet, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it was last week I forwarded it to you.
Okay, I'll look at my phone. Okay,
And then yeah, Joey sent me the thing for the sheet piling Friday. He sent it to me.
so will that'll come up later on, Valerie, when we start talking capital roads?
Sure.
There's these two, the two areas that, well, one of the areas that he showed us in the spring in the drive-by up in the Notch.
Right.
And then the last thing, Eric, I saw the sidewalk plow out the other day. We haven't gone any further on a newer plow that we decided to try to go this year with it. What we got.
I was talking with Valerie about it, and that's up to you guys.
Okay.
I think we
Whatever
wanted
you
to,
do.
but I don't think we had $6,000 lying around.
Correct. Right. And I think we'll
Right.
see. I think the
Yeah.
salt and sand on the Main Street will help, Ian. To be honest with you, I think that'll help by doing those sidewalks and that. I think we're going to see down there. I hope.
Yeah,
Also,
and
Eric-
us having the policy too.
Right. Okay. And that's all I have.
Eric had mentioned too that even if we wanted to get the new plow, the new tractor, it would they'd have to order it, so we wouldn't get it right away, even if we wanted it for this winter, so.
New
we
plow for the
doubt
tractor.
it. So by the time we got it, winter might be over for this year.
Right.
It'd be a good halfway, 3/4 of the way through, yeah.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay. I'm good. Town administrators report.
No, the only thing I was going to bring up, if nobody else did, was the issue with the water lines and the water ordinance and enforcement and that kind of thing. So it sounds like we're all on the same page.
Mhm.
Okay. Other business?
Just, Michelle, Eric, how do we do with the pilot dry, whatever we did with the drilling of the pilot holes for the the new town garage?
They did 4 out of the 6.
So they got 2 more to come back and do?
At some point, I don't know when they were planning on coming back, but yeah, there's
We
2
got a
of them that
report.
they haven't done yet.
Did we get a report back?
Last week. Yeah, it's on
Yeah,
the
okay.
website. Yeah, it's
Okay,
under other
I'll take a look
business.
at that.
It's listed under other business as just some of the information.
And
Yeah, basically it says, that we either need to take it all out and put different stuff in, or I can't remember what the other option was, but I was like, oh, this sounds bad.
And then just the last, as you probably, I don't know if Patty sent it to everybody, but she's about, we've been talking about it, the town garage and this and that. And
Yeah.
I believe now, my own opinion is, I think, isn't this the board's opinion that we don't plan on bringing something to the voters until at least March of 2022? Is that
I don't know that we even talked about a time frame.
right? I didn't think we did.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
It's not coming this March, for sure.
No, and I responded to
You
Patty
did.
telling her,
So did I.
we're just in the initial stages of looking at
Just
this.
in early stages of trying to get some estimates.
Yeah, conceptualized plans. Okay. Any other business, Val?
Nope.
Okay, so I think we have one quick executive session to deal with personnel. Is that the thing I messaged you about, Val?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will release Sean.
Release Sean. Well, I'll make the motion to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters. Somebody want a second?
Thank you, Dad. Oh, she left already. Hi, guys.
Okay.
Thanks,
Any
Eric.
discussion? All those in favor?
I'm all done. I can go home and go
You
to bed for
can. You can go home.
Yes, you
Thank you,
can.
Eric.
Sleep there.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank
Eric.
you.
Have a good night.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, okay.